it's time to sit back and relax with your favorite drink. And listen.
Objekt 7 by Maxwell 7670. January 6th. I think I may be protecting a war crime in the making, and if I'm right, I can't keep quiet about it. Granted, if I am right, I very likely will get into the very hot water for posting this, but I took some precautions, so I should be safe for at least the immediate future. I'm a member of my country's army. If you want to be dramatic, you could say it's Spec Ops or something like that, but the official name is Guard, roughly translating to guard. Me and my battalion, the 6th grade, are currently stationed at a military base in a very rural part of the country. The base, Kaserne Niederfeld, was constructed sometime in the late 1800s and has served as a training camp since the 1920s. But recently, I'm talking the past 10 years or so, it's been reserved for the 6th Guard as a permanent station, officially for specialized training. Well, we do train a lot, but I don't think that's why we're here. You see, actual guard duty, as in standing in a field and watching for the occasional car that may pass the road near the camp every 2 days or so, is usually passed down to the new guys. And so my group is usually assigned the night shift. No fun business, standing in the pitch dark, cold and miserable for 6 hours straight every second night. Since we're at the base for 2 months now and completed the first stage training, we got assigned to Objekt 7 4 nights ago. I had my first shift there 2 nights ago, and seems like nothing special, right? That's what me and Eric, my partner for the shift, thought as well when we received our orders. Well, the only weird thing was there was no Objekt 7 on the base. You see, the complex was built in the times of the Emperor. They wanted to sound fancy or whatever. The utility buildings on base are labelled Objekt 1 through 6 and 8. So we knew there should be a 7, but we assumed it was deconstructed or something. It turns out 7 is a Victorian-looking brick factory hall around 12 kilometers south of base proper in the middle of an empty field. So imagine this. Eric, me, and 4 guys who we didn't really know were in a truck drive up to this building in the middle of nowhere at 2200 in the dark of night. 3-chimney, old-timey building with windows sealed with concrete and an ominous brass label saying Objekt 7 over the entrance gate. At closer inspection, you could even see an imprint of a swastika above the label. I guess one was mounted up there during the 1940s. So we were told to patrol the perimeter, report everything unusual and to not enter the building, no matter what. Fair enough. Maybe some top-secret James Bond bullshit's going on in there. So Eric and I started our rounds, passing the other 4 guys who were also patrolling in pairs every 10 minutes or so. Nothing special happened on our first night there. Just some chit-chat to pass the time. At 0400 in the morning, we were picked up by a truck which delivered our relief. We had a good night, or rather morning, rest after a job well done. The weird thing happened during tonight's shift. Like 2 days prior, Eric and I got the Objekt 7 night shift. Arrival and patrol were unremarkable, but around 23:30 or so, an alarm sounded. Warning, leakage, gas hazard. Well, we scrambled to put on our gas masks, got it done in maybe 15 seconds. Looked around for the other guys while Eric radioed the command post for orders. Unsurprisingly, I didn't spot the others. They were probably on another side of the building. We were ordered to resume our patrol and to keep the masks on, so we did. That was until a few minutes later, when the chimneys started an unimaginable racket. You know the sound of a fire in a fireplace, the whooshing and cracking. Imagine that, but with the volume of a jet engine on your shoulder. While we were busy shitting our pants, one of the other teams radioed us to get down, so we hit the deck. Anticipating an explosion or something, we lay there for maybe a minute. Then the alarm sounded again, this time saying, "Ventilation complete. Resume operation." Eric and I looked at each other and discussed if we should get up and walk again. Well, we did eventually. I mean, orders are orders, even when they come from a speaker on a creepy building, right? The rest of the night went smoothly, although we didn't take our masks off until the relief arrived, on time at 0400. One of the other guys, I think his name was Pascal, not sure though, told us to just forget about the chimneys. It tends to happen. A little bit concerning, considering it merits gas masks as standard equipment for the patrols. But what do I know? Once we got back to the barracks, we told the rest of our group. But since Objekt 7 was the talk of the new guys anyway, nobody believed our little ghost story. One of the guys on the shift after us, a nice fellow named Nicholas, told us the grass around the building was all grey and dead during his shift. We weren't sure if it was like that before, but if it wasn't, good thing we got our mask on as fast as we did. One thing that's really disconcerting is that the unit attached to the 6th Guard is called the Sonderkommando Alternative Bewaffnung, Special Group Alternative Weaponry. But we have never seen one of these guys. They're supposed to be on base with us, so we speculate that they're the ones in Objekt 7. And with a name like Alternative Weaponry, in my opinion, that sounds a lot like chemical weapon development. Well, I really hope I'm overreacting or misunderstanding. I can't just go up to one of the guys in charge and ask, "Hey, are we violating the Geneva Convention here, right?" Well, Eric and I are assigned to 7 again tonight. The day after tomorrow, and a supply delivery for the SAB is scheduled to arrive this evening. Depending on what'll happen, I'll update you guys on it. January 6th, evening. As scheduled, the SAB supplies arrived about 3 hours early. So 3 groups, meaning 30 men, were mobilized to unload and deliver the supplies to Objekt 7. 2 of the 3 groups were newbies, meaning Eric, Nicholas, and I were at it as well. So we rolled out as a convoy of 5 trucks and 4 Ulans. An Ulan, for those who don't know, so everyone I guess, are APCs. They can carry 8 men, 12 if you cuddle, and are armed with a nasty 30mm autocannon. Not necessarily a tank. Not really, but still, heavy machinery. Heavy indeed, considering we are currently just glorified Amazons. Well, we boarded the Ulans and drove to Gerberbach, the nearest village with a train station. The drive was an uneventful half hour. Once arrived, we unloaded 40-odd crates from a freight train into the trucks. I can't list you the whole cargo, but some crates were labelled. Here are the few I remember. Hydrocarbons. Now, from what I remember, that means oil and stuff, but the crate didn't slosh around. Maybe plastic? Sulfur oxide. Sulfuric acid, and that one did slosh. Sulfuric salts. Is that a real thing? I don't know jack shit about chemistry beyond don't touch it if it's called acid. Fluor. Xenon. Random supplies, mostly rations. One mystery chest labelled, well, something unreadable. Before writing this report, I researched those symbols. There are runes translating as Comp AS. So, Component AS, I guess. Anyway, after packing the crates onto the trucks and reboarding the Ulans, we drove back down to Objekt 7, so half an hour to base and an additional 15 minutes to O7. Once we arrived, I noticed 2 things. First, the grass was okay, but judging by his confused look, Nicholas didn't lie when he told me everything was dead. Another mark on the suspicious board, I guess. Second, the gate to O7 was open. Don't know what I expected, but was kind of disappointed. The hall was empty, but on the floor I could make out 4 platforms, elevators I guess, and a control panel by the entrance. As we left the Ulans and shook out the stiffness from riding the bumpy road to O7 in a practically springless vehicle, the trucks drove into the hall. Once inside, we were to unload the crates again, and so we did. We finished and drove home. Nothing more worth reporting here. But what I did notice was a strange smell in the hall. A mix of sulfur, fire, and metal. Forgive my melodrama, but it smelled like you would imagine hell to smell. So now I'm pretty sure the SAB does some kind of chemical processing. But weapons? Well, I hope not. If any of you can guess what these ingredients could be used for, tell me, please. If they just make new paint for our camo, I'd be overjoyed. As if it would be this harmless, though. Back at base, the barrack gossip had new fuel, so plenty of theorizing was happening. Still is, for that matter. Chemical weapons even came up in the discussion, but nobody took the notion seriously. Well, I need to head off. We have gunnery practice in a few minutes, and I wouldn't want to miss that even if I wouldn't get punished for going AWOL. I'll update once something report-worthy happens. January 7th. Holy shit, there was an explosion at 07. Happened around noon when I was on a training march. Fuck, Lieutenant, I need to fuck over my man Renner. Well, keep in mind, from 07 to base, it's 12 kilometers. We're the little forest between them, and we were 2 or 3 kilometers north of base, but we still saw the fireball. I can't say how high it was, but surely a 3-digit number. We heard the sound too, a deep rumble, lasting a full 2 seconds, just thunder. Base dispatched 2 trucks with medics and an emergency response team, fully armed for whatever reason, and they even sent 2 of the Uhlans. They were back shortly before we returned from our march, and delivered 6 injured, the patrol crews. Since they didn't bring any SAB men, I guess the explosion came through the chimneys and didn't damage the underground part of 07. Or they have their own separate medical station and quarantine themselves for security reasons. The damage didn't seem to be excessive since we didn't send any reinforcements or aid whatsoever. So, situation under control? Yay. Well, there was a little briefing on the explosion, held by Major Koppel, the big boss of Niederfeld. Well, at least the official boss of the official part. He's an older man, around 50. Looks like a fit version of Santa Claus. Gives off some nice grandfatherly vibe. Always nice and only treats his men like shit when he has to. Some of the guys even call him Gramps, and I don't think he would dislike that. As I said, nice guy. The briefing didn't tell us jack shit. It could be summarized with a, chimney going boom is a problem, but not yours, so don't ask about it. Well, in hindsight, that sounds very passive-aggressive. I think it's better summarized with, you have to need to worry about enough things as is. Let the pros take care of that one. Yeah, that sounds better. The bad news is, Nicholas was on 07 duty during the explosion, so he got hit. He's currently unconscious in the medbay. Heavy detonation trauma. I think that's the translation anyway. Doc expects him to wake up within 24 hours, and he doesn't expect lasting damage, except maybe hearing damage. They were lucky they were under the explosion and not caught up in it. Guess that confirms the chimney explosion theory. I really wonder what SAB is doing down there. Maybe developing a new gun propellant, new explosives, new kinds of fuel. Well, it would explain the explosion, the secrecy and the chemicals, all that. And it would mean we abide by the Geneva Convention. God, I hope that's it. I really do. I just thought about the explosion some more. The chimneys are still standing. The medics saw them. And that's the problem. How can an explosion strong enough to knock out 6 guys, some even 200 meters away from the effective epicenter, not leave behind any traces? Again, according to the medics, everything looked normal. Not even the snow on the grass was disturbed. Just some dudes lying in the grass unconscious. Well, wish me luck for tonight's shift. I fear I'll need it. Part 2. January 8th. So today's 7 night was, well, interesting. Like the previous 2 times, Eric and I arrived at 2200, relieved the previous group and started our rounds. What I neglected to tell you in the first part, we aren't talking circles for 6 hours straight. Since we're 3 pairs and the building is relatively narrow and long, you only need 2 lookout positions to view just about everything. So usually 2 pairs are walking at any time in opposite directions, and 1 pair is at the gate and takes a break. Sitting on a bench with a little roof that's near the entrance, eating or drinking your ration, taking a piss, stuff like that. These breaks take around 10 minutes, and then you do 2 rounds, and 20 minutes later you have a break again. Fairly simple, not too bad, just cold as fuck, especially during the winter. So Eric and I were taking a break. Guess it was around 1 or 2 in the morning when a little door embedded into the gate opened and one of the SAB guys came out. It was my first time seeing one of them, ever. The guy was in uniform, boots, trousers and jacket just like us, but with a different patch. Well, his looked like a watchtower with wings in the background, while the patch of the 6th guard looks like 2 crossed swords with 3 bullets in the background. I know, both designs are cheesy, but I didn't design them and ours is pretty much the norm, while the SAB's was, well, odd. Watchtower is just an odd motif for an army patch, and wings, especially eagle-looking wings like the ones on the patch, are frowned upon since some certain fellow with a nice beard was around. Now, patch aside, he also wore a long coat. Not the kind of combat coat we were wearing, but a more laboratory-ish looking one. It wasn't white, but a bright grey instead of the usual garb green tones for regular uniforms. But the weirdest thing about the guy's loadout was the heavy-duty gas mask he had clipped onto his belt. Not the regular gas masks like ours, but one with an integrated headset, flashlight, and 2 quick-swap filters. I guess they have to wear those a lot of the time, considering he just carries around such a high-end mask like it's nothing special. Seeing a pistol on his hip wasn't surprising considering 07's high security nature. But it was the 50 cal pistol, Grizzly I think it's called, not the standard Glock. That was, say it with me now, weird. So this guy just pops out of 07 in the middle of the night, greets us with a little nod, and takes out a smoke. And fair enough, in a bunker smoking is prohibited. Double so if they store ammo, and I guess triple so if they experiment on said ammo, and had an explosion earlier that day. Well, yesterday, I guess. So there he was, and I decided to seize the opportunity to learn at least something about 07. Well, being the conversational genius I am, I tried to start a conversation with, "Cold night, huh?" He just turned his head at me, nodded, and kept quiet. Well, I wouldn't give up this easily. Everything okay after the accident today? And again, turn of the head, nod, and that was it. Being at the end of my wits, I looked at Eric, who asked if something like the explosion could happen again. And again, turn of the head, nod, acknowledging the possibility of our immediate demise and nothing else. Out of options, I tried a more direct approach. Well, what the hell are you doing down there anyway? He turned his head, seemingly wanting to answer my question with yet another nod, but surprisingly, after a short pause, he gave an answer. Probing ET, building a nuke, creating zombies, whatever you like. Listen here, if you ever learn something you are not supposed to learn, you'll get in trouble, big time. Maybe you will even end up in there. So don't ask questions you don't want an answer for. With that, he took a last drag on the cigarette, threw it against the wall, and went back inside. I think I heard him say, "Good night, fellas," on the way inside, but I may have imagined that. We sat there stunned until one patrol pair showed up and we had to do our rounds again. I don't think we said one word the entire remaining night. Back at base, our comrades, well, the ones who were awake at 0420, insert stupid weed joke here, asked us about the newest happenings at 07, a tradition that had developed over the last week and was emphasized by the maybe literal bombshell of gossip sparked by the explosion yesterday. Eric and I seemed to non-verbally agree to withhold our meeting with mysterious Mr. SAB, since our last 07 story was apparently just a ghost story anyway. Or you may call me salty for not telling them because they didn't believe me, but, well, maybe I am. So what if I am? A nice chat with Mr. SAB had assured me that I have to be careful with telling what to whom. Well, on second thought, I knew that before already. Tomorrow is my free day and I plan on researching this place. Maybe I'll learn something about it. Judging by the architecture, it must have at least 100 years of history. Somewhere something useful must have fallen through the cracks of security. Well, I doubt I'll find an immediate answer to all my questions, but hey, here's hoping. Oh, and if I'm already talking about cracks, I noticed a little crack in the gate of 07. Today it was empty. I guess our delivery was hauled down, but maybe it wasn't always like that. If I can manage a sneak peek during the patrol breaks, maybe I'll see something interesting. Well, next update will hopefully be about Nicholas waking up and telling us about the explosion. Till then, your friendly neighborhood information leak signs off. January 9th. Your friendly neighborhood information leak is at it again, publishing government secrets and possibly earning himself a court-martialing. Well, jokes aside, today was my free day, and I used it on researching Niederfeld. I've compiled some interesting data, so here's the rundown. Kaserne Niederfeld was erected between 1895 and 97. It was built as an artillery school, housing and training 3 battalions at once. From its opening in early 98 until it shut down in late 1916, it trained 50 artillery battalions, roughly a third of the regular artillery troops deployed in World War I. Note, battalion does not mean division. Therefore, some nice sums were invested into it, expanding the original only 5 utility buildings, Objekt 1 to 5R kitchen, medical station, garage, power and radio plant, office and instruction room blocks. Added in 1906 were 06, additional storage building, 07, blank, and 08, gun workshop for the artillery guns. That's right, even in the original construction plans, 07 does not have an expressed purpose, and in the plans itself it is only mentioned as 20 by 140 meters workshop hall at Point Niederfeld 7. Not even blueprints for the damn thing. I guess the underground part, however it may look, was there since the beginning. An empty hall in the middle of nowhere serves no purpose at all. The 6 barracks were there from the beginning, but got modernized from 1905 to 08. I couldn't find any delivery papers of pretty much anything that wasn't accounted for by the regular buildings, so judging by the documents I could find, 07 has no interior equipment. Probably was a black site from the start. The only question is, was it always a lab? Well, speculation doesn't take us anywhere. Fast forward through the latter half of World War I and then some. Niederfelde was unused until late 1939 when the Wehrmacht took possession of it. Renovation and retrofits were accomplished until February 1940. That's where the nice memento over 07's gate comes from. Now, officially, Niederfeld was used to train AA crews and later assisted in jet engine research, but, again, couldn't find anything definite regarding 07. I guess it could have been used for the jet stuff, but I don't think so. Just a gut feeling, though. Immediately after the war, Niederfelde was stripped by the Soviets, leaving nothing remotely valuable behind. Well, except they didn't touch 07. I doubt they didn't find it or couldn't enter 07 proper, whatever that may be, and private letters suggest they were ordered to turn a blind eye south. Niederfelde lay dormant a second time, until mid-1976 this time. The Bundesheer brought it up to tech and opened it in 1980, this time as a general-purpose training facility. Over the years it housed AA, artillery, infantry, tanks, APCs, mechanized infantry, pretty much anything we have, until it was permanently assigned to the 6th Guard. Or rather, we were assigned to Niederfeld. Despite its opening in 1980, the volume of supplies delivered indicates 07 going back a line as early as the winter of 1977, and as par for the course, no documents, orders, or anything suggesting the purpose of 07. In fact, the first delivery, openly labelled as Supply Objekt 7, was only processed in 1991. The first delivery coming only 6 days after the collapse of the USSR may be a coincidence, but my gut tells me no. Sadly, I can't grasp the connection, though. Maybe some security concerns, but that only works if you squint at it really hard. That's the history of the Niederfeld, at least the official part. Unofficially, there's a lot more to the complex. During its construction, a whopping 21 workers vanished. Another 11 were killed, under very dubious circumstances, I may add. In its artillery school days, it stood out due to its high accident rate. Nothing lethal. The only 2 casualties were from a faulty shell, but a lot of shells were lost on the training grounds, and I mean a lot of shells. Estimates on the supply documents range from 2,000 to 3,500 shells of various type and caliber. In the World War II timeframe, Niederfeld was bombed a total of 0 times, highly uncharacteristic for its obviously military nature and complete lack of camouflage. It also wasn't taken by force in the end. The Russians sieged it for a few days, and after the promised help for the Germans didn't come, they just went home. And the Russians let them, even giving them coats and rations. They even let them keep their weapons. Again, they were following orders from very high up, possibly even from Papa Stalin himself. An additional, very unsettling World War II time fact: Niederfeld received 80 prisoners, both political and POWs, for processing. Now, since it doesn't seem like they were released and the Russians didn't see them in 45, well, you know history. In the current operational period, for the lack of a better term, I couldn't find anything interesting. Probably very highly secured and suppressed intel. The only, and I mean the only thing besides the supply deliveries, which by the way are never described at all, that ever entered 07 that we know of, is a pack of around 20 wolves in 1981. Wolves plus sulfuric bullshit equals success? Well, is the delivery we handled 3 days ago even connected to the wolves from 81? Maybe, maybe not. Officially, we just brought rations and blankets. I hoped I could learn something from this excursion into the past, but I'm just confused. I have less of an idea what the SAB is working on now than before I researched this stuff. And to top it off, it seems 07 was well known and important enough to the Allies and the USSR that they spared it from essentially everything. I may sound like a conspiracy theorist here, but was the work conducted here done in cooperation with wartime enemies? Was, or maybe even is, this a top-secret international project? Is this the real Area 51? Okay, the last one may be an exaggeration, but then again, it may not be. How should I know? Any ideas, oh wise internet? I'm grasping at straws here. Oh, and if you did wonder how I could dig this much up in one day, well, I couldn't. I practically enlisted 2 of my non-military friends for research back on Friday morning. I didn't mention them out of security concerns, but since I've been writing a good while now and I haven't been reprimanded yet, I guess I'm stealthy enough. I'll hope it stays that way. January 10th. Well, anyway, as much fun as yesterday's research was, this night's 07 duty was very interesting. The short of it is that we shot a ghost, I guess. Oh, I'm getting ahead of myself. So, 7 night again. Arrived at 2200, started patrolling, nothing new. Until we spotted a figure in the distance. I don't know if it was Eric or me who pointed it out first. It doesn't matter anyway. What we saw was only a vaguely human shape around 300 meters into the dark. To be honest, I originally thought it was a scarecrow or something. We are in the middle of a field after all. So we radioed the figure in and were advised to monitor it. If it was to approach us, we were authorized for lethal fire. So we unslung our rifles from our backs and got into this weird half-aiming stance, where you're not really pointing your gun at your target, but you still aim down the length of the rifle's top. I don't think you know what I mean, but I can't describe it better. Anyway, we looked at the figure and presumably it looked at us. One of the other teams, I guess they were on break when we radioed, stopped by us. I see it. A movement? Not as of now. With that short exchange, we welcomed our comrades and continued our staring contest. Maybe a minute later, one of the older guys said, "All right, let's get to work, chaps." And with that, we shouted at it to piss off and fired a warning shot. A bit extreme, but he'd been assigned here longer, so he must know. After another minute of no reaction from the mystery man, he shot the figure. He just up and shot the guy. And this time he hit. We could even see him topple over. Looking at him dumbstruck, he answered, "Well, we warned him." With that, the matter of casually murdering someone was settled, and the 4 of us advanced to where the body should be. Saw him out and fired the asshat. Hopefully it was just a civilian. what the fuck could be worse than shooting your own people for just standing in a field that they probably even own? So here we were, 4 dudes, searching a blank snowy field with just our flashlights. The lights on 07 didn't reach that far. Even after looking for what felt like 5 years, we still hadn't found the body. One of the guys radioed what I presumed to be some SAB control station. Perimeter patrol to 07. I think we got a shadow here. Requesting verification. Copy? 07, we copy. Shadow, you say? 1 second, we'll send someone. With that, we waited another 2 minutes until our mysterious Mr. SAB himself joined us, with his probably signature cigarette in his mouth. We greeted him with a nod and he answered equally. After a short look around, he asked, "Shadow, huh? You sure?" "Well, sure as you can be with the damn things." Another short nod and he drew something looking like a Geiger counter. After a little round around the rough area we were occupying, he said all was clear and we were to resume our rounds. And with that he was off, back into the building again. The last 4 guys also made our way back, with one of the older guys telling us to have our break now. They'd take over. Well, sitting on a bench in the cold night beats wandering around in the cold night. Eric and I used our break to discuss this shadow thingy, and if we should tell our barrack mates. We settled on no, since we were now entering actual ghost story territory. If they didn't believe us before, they sure as hell ain't going to believe us now. But still, what was that thing? Well, I think we can rule out Civ. The most logical answer would be espionage, something like that. Probably, but that doesn't match up with the SAB guy's behavior. What kind of spy leaves radiation trails? Ukrainian? Dead silence for maybe 3 seconds, then raucous laughter. Oh, fuck, man, you're going to go to hell for that one. That's what gets me. The man up above does not have his priorities straight, like at all. Laughter is the best medicine after all, especially for post-paranormal bullshit PTSD. Given the little actual knowledge we had at the time, we stopped discussing the shadow. And why freak ourselves out even further, with still more than half of our shift left ahead of us? The rest of the shift was uneventful at least, yet tense. However, the way back to base was doubly interesting to make up for it. Although Pascal wasn't with us during the shadow fun stuff, he was patrolling like expected. He still gave us a little rundown of the hairy parts of the job. If we see a figure, we knew what to do now. If the chimneys make any sound at all, hit the deck and wait until an all clear sounds. If you hear a gas alarm, masks on, likely for the rest of the shift. There's an all clear for that, but that doesn't happen nearly as often as the actual alarm. These 3 are the common weird shit things that can happen. Rare but still somewhat regular events include a little earthquake, nothing spectacular, we just have to stay clear of the chimneys, in the unlikely case that they topple over. Strange grinding or dragging sounds from the building itself. That doesn't mean anything for us. The SAB guys are just moving stuff around in the hall. Now, the worst case scenario, as of yet, is an orangish smoke rising from the chimneys. Well, that's only happened once, and they had to evacuate 4 villages which were in wind direction from 07. But nothing actually happened. Well, since none of us knows what the SAB is doing, and most don't bother to ask to begin with, Pascal warned us that there are probably a lot more things that can go wrong. And if that happens, abide by the alarms. Take them literally. When in doubt, radio 07. They gave us a frequency for them, but I won't specify it here for obvious reasons. The only curious thing was, why not give us that how to 07 at the beginning? So we asked. You two haven't had one normal night here yet, right? Well, 25% non-weird nights seem like a good quota to me. Absolutely not. Any of the things that we know of that can happen usually only happen every 2 or 3 weeks or so. The building has been going crazy the last month or so. Unlucky for you, but what can you do? With that friendly piece of advice, we arrived back home and the other guys hit the beds pretty much immediately. I, however, couldn't sleep until I typed this out. I'll try and get some rest now and post this tomorrow. Maybe I'll think of something else till then. Well, good night. Part 3. January 11th. After yesterday's possible demon infestation, we returned to 07 today, this time in daylight. And by we, I mean a whole of 6 groups in trucks, loaded to the brink with light construction tools, wood, and scaffolding materials. So, we're joining Bob the Builder today. Well, we can do it. Forgive my terrible joke, I'm still a little shaken from yesterday. We arrived around 1100. This time we even got a personal welcome from Mr. SAB himself, and another guy in the same uniform. They held one clipboard each, which I assume held the plans for today's work, and immediately went to the offices. With our superiors being busy talking to the SAB guys, we didn't have anything to do and just sat around. But we weren't bored for long. A column of trucks, a cement mixer, and 2 crane trucks rolled up maybe a quarter of an hour later. With their arrival, the officers ended their chat and had us stand to attention. We were divided into groups and given tasks to essentially construct fortifications around 07. Usually that's a job for combat engineers. 3rd Pioneer Division isn't stationed that far from Niederfeld, but I guess they don't want to involve anyone they can avoid. Working in carousel shifts, which involved about everybody on base, we finished work at 1830. The result of our hard work? A ring of concrete pillars, on every meter around 07, leaving an 8-meter gap at the gate. Barbed wire put up between the pillars. 2x2 meter trench directly in front of the pillars, again except by the gate. Little sandbag bays every 30 or so meters within the fenced-off area. 60 anti-personnel mines in front of the trench. What the fuck, mines? Bit overkill, no? The bench with a roof, our break room, was replaced by a sheet metal shed. Well, we all approve. In the shed, we got a weapon locker filled with 2 MG74s plus belts. Well, what are we preparing 07 for? It wasn't that heavily secured ever, not even during World War II. The official reason doesn't exist, and the unofficial reason is the increase in activity, as mentioned by Pascal yesterday night. Or today morning, I guess. The construction work was an unbelievable pain in the ass, but as they say, it ain't much, but it's honest work. The cool thing about it was, because of all our trucks being busy at the construction site, the base couldn't, or more likely didn't want to, deliver our lunch, so we had to head home to eat. Again, the trucks were occupied and the way is too long to walk, so we used the Ulans as taxis. We only have 4 of them though, so we had to cram everybody and their grandma into them, and some of the lucky, maybe stupid ones were allowed to Mad Max themselves onto the sides of the Ulans. I was one of those. Let me tell you, that's one scary ride. Halfway hanging over the side of an 8-wheeler going at a good 35 kilometers an hour on a road that's essentially cross-country. But it was cool as fuck. Naturally, that violated just about every rule concerning APCs. But Gramps told us, if you think you can do it, do it. Just don't be stupid. Asking us not to be stupid. Who do you think we are? Anyway, no one went belly up, so everything worked out, thankfully. I just now really realized how stupid and dangerous that was. Whew. Well, since we can't have anything nice out here, there was also bad news today. The 6 explosion victims should have woken up by now. But instead of being awake and happy, their blood oxygen levels are falling. Not by significant amounts. It won't be lethal for another 15 hours. But the docs have no idea why it's happening. Therefore, our 6 sleeping beauties were evacuated during the time we were building our fortress. I don't know which hospital they're at now, but it's very likely better than our sickbay. Objekt 2 is a dark and damp building after all. Definitively not the best possible environment for any kind of recovery. But the dark and damp part applies to pretty much any building in Niederfeld. It's freaking cold this time of year too. I always thought the complex was modernized since its construction. In fact, I know of at least 3 big renovations. And shouldn't it be livable by now? How bad was it here in the beginning? What good times we're living in. Anyway, bye for now. Tomorrow I'm on 7 night again. That'll be funny with all the new architecture there. January 12th. Hello? I'm back from another 7 night. No shadows tonight, but some other weird shit happened. Like every second night, we arrived a little while before 2200 at 07. But unlike every second night, I wasn't with Eric. He had his day off yesterday. Instead, I was paired with a guy called Michael. I haven't spoken much with him before, so I don't know much about him, except that he was a trigger-happy fellow. Usually that's bad news, but here it might help. Since I was still an 07 rookie, I had to take care of him. That may sound weird, since normally you pair the new ones with the old guard to accelerate the learning curve, but at 07 duty it's customary to use 1 rookie pair and 2 seasoned. I wasn't told any reason, but I guess it's a contingency. If a rookie messes up, and I mean messes up royally, the patrol isn't compromised. You'd still have 2 teams to fill the gap until reinforcements arrive. Not a pretty thought, you being the expendable resource. Not something uncommon in any military service, I guess, but here you're extra aware of that fact. When I say that guy was a rookie, that was coming from me with my whopping 4 completed shifts. I mean, it was his first time out here, discounting the supply run and construction work. But I don't think there was any rookie who wasn't involved in that last one. So we pulled up to the now fortified gate and dismounted the truck. Starting to recognize some of the faces of our precursor shift, I greeted them and wished them a good night's rest. They answered with wishing us a calm and silent shift. Since the odd things tend to almost exclusively happen at night, go figure, the good wishes sounded a bit hollow coming from the afternoon shift. Well, they like to call themselves the evening shift to claim at least some of the spooky night vibes. Let's be real, no ghost story starts at 9 in the evening. As soon as the afternoon shift, no, I'm not going to acknowledge their claim on monopoly of creepy shit. As soon as it piled into the truck and headed off, we 3 teams decided on who had the first break using the best suited method for any tactical disputes, a game of rock, paper, scissors. And for a change, I won. So the other 2 pairs headed off, 1 on each side of the building, and Michael and I got into the shack. I was pleasantly surprised to see a coffee machine installed there. There was also a note taped to the wall beside it to please pay around 30 cents per coffee dispensed to keep the thing stocked. The shack and all its interior fell under 07's direct jurisdiction, and the cheap bastards weren't even willing to pay for coffee. It's a miracle we were allowed to use their electrical sockets, but I guess we need those for the lighting anyway. So, like the good comrades we are, we deposited our share in a little sheet metal box beside the machine and got coffee. After sitting down and taking my first sip, including the mandatory, "Oh fuck, that's hot," for instant coffee, Michael turned to me and asked what this here was all about. Well, we make our rounds around that building and play watchdog. If the eggheads tell us to, we may have to bite. That doesn't explain anything. No? I think it explains every guard duty ever. Oh yeah, but I meant the ghost stories. Oh, don't play dumb, please. I need to know what I'm up against. Okay, first off, you're not up against anything. If any, we are. And for what we might be up against, I have no clue. I only know the building likes to make noise and we may need to shoot shadows again. Shadows? What? I'll tell you when you need to know. You wouldn't believe me otherwise. With that, our break was over already and we headed out. And let me tell you, even if it was only my 5th shift, I'd already gotten accustomed to the empty, flat, dark landscape. Having all these pillars and sandbag dugouts around really didn't feel right. Doubly so because it looked like we were expecting a wave charge straight out of ye olde times. But fair enough, our first 2 rounds were eventless. Not our 3rd, though. A gas alarm sounded. Like back in my 2nd night. Warning, leakage, gas hazard. I put on my mask and so did Michael. I worked fast and methodically, but he was fueled by panic. Now don't get me wrong, he put it on right and all, but he was finished by the time I got the frame under my helmet. He was all restless and looked around like he was expecting to be jumped by something, but seeing my calm demeanor, he slowed down a little and made a questioning, "Heh." I replied with a brief explanation of my 2nd night's adventure, and also warned him about the chimney's upcoming fury. Considering the explosion not even a week ago, he was considerably scared. I told him not to worry, that the dracket is only a strong ventilation. I wasn't sure about that myself. I'm still not. But I like the thought. Not to die in some minute's time. And as advertised, the whooshing and cracking started up around 6.5 minutes later. This time I timed it on my phone. We hit the deck maybe a second before we were told to by one of the older ones. This time I also know why we should. Although the actual shockwave of the noise dissipated around 20 meters over our heads, he still got, not showered but sprayed with gravel and sand from around us. Nothing dangerous, but better safe than sorry. And as expected, after about a minute, ventilation complete, resume operation. And so we did. What was new was an all clear sounding about another 5 minutes later. Perimeter sensors 0, air clear, resume operation. We double-checked with one of the other teams, again, better safe than sorry, and took our masks off. I'm glad we did, otherwise we couldn't make use of our new guard, the great Coffeeossus. Well, when I said we double-checked, with only one, the second remained silent, and didn't show up to take their break, and didn't answer our calls after that. Patrol to 07. We lost one team, do you copy? 07, copy. Reinforcements inbound. Wait for relief, then search the vicinity. Consider it a combat patrol. 07 out. Combat patrol? Well, ready our rifles we did. Took about 3/4 of an hour for relief to arrive. Good time if you ask me. After prematurely ending our shift, we 4 and 6 other guys arriving, in addition to the new patrol crews, went out into the night. We didn't tell you already, 10 men are a group, meaning we got an MLG with us this time. Since it's standard procedure, it just made us feel safer, not worried about having to use it. And we didn't, much to our relief. We found as many clues as to the whereabouts of the 2 missing men as we fired bullets. 0. Granted, we only searched for a little less than 3 hours, but it was still worrying. At 0400, we were called back to 07 to head home. We had a full night shift after us, and base didn't like to put unnecessary pressure on its men. Since about a third of all serving men at Niederfelde were already deployed at 07 as search commandos, and more would follow suit, us 4 were not really needed. Our 6 reinforcement guys had to stay, though. With the explosion victims, and now these 2, we were down 8 men already. Not much considering our size, but still. And that being in the same time around us preparing defenses at 07. I just don't believe in coincidence. I'll keep an eye out. Part 4. January 13th. Today we continued our search for the missing 2 patrolmen. After 5 hours of sleep, give or take, we were woken up to get ready and deploy within an additional hour. We did. With Eric coming back from his day off, he joined us. Wait, that sounds voluntary. No, he was ordered to join us. We arrived back at 07 a wee bit after 1000 hours, and there were already a lot of people around. A shift system seemed to be in place already since some guys boarded the truck back home. Not knowing what to do, we reported to the shed-turned-command center, where we met a worried and tired Major Couple. He looked like he was up for at least a year, and his worry was more than what we expected for 2 AWOLs. We were added to an already existing search party, coming through a bit of wood 6 kilometers southeast of 07. Only making 6 kilometers in what must have been at least 6 hours of full-out effort? Oh, we were very thorough. Nuland dropped us off at our party's approximate location, and we linked up with them in another handful of minutes. I could tell our harrowing tale of how we scaled the highest hills and conquered the wildest of shrubbery, but suffice to say, we found nothing. At 10 kilometers radius, the search was to be accelerated to normal search and rescue standards. I don't know what we were meant to find by turning over literally every rock. And it continued on. And again, we went to the most extreme lengths imaginable. But at 20 kilometers, we were ordered to cease. We were rounded up and brought back. It was around 1600 when we were all assembled in the base's court, but we were told that both the on-foot as well as the helicopter search were fruitless. We were also ordered to consider our missing colleagues as hostile if we spotted them. We should subdue and apprehend them if possible, but if we were about to lose them, we should fire. Not ordinary orders, to be sure, but I'd stopped taking situations at face value by then. We deployed to different points of interest like crossroads, highway accesses, train tracks and the like to intercept the fugitives. I think helicopter search and sample patrols resumed, but I don't know for sure. It would be a sensible choice of command, so I guess it happened. I was stationed at a crossing of a street and a train track. I wasn't alone. Eric and 3 other random guys were there with me. We waited for quite a while, took turns napping, and even intercepted a car. But that was only a nice old lady who apparently came home from a shopping trip. She even gave us 2 Tetra packs of apple juice. Oh, thank you, random nice lady. We warned her that she would be stopped a few more times if she were to continue down that road, and that she should take the detour over Kleinpickel, a village some ways away, and she thanked us for the heads up and turned around. Nothing else of note happened the rest of the day. January 14th. Well, I'm in a little bit of a hurry today, and I have a lot to write, so here goes. This 7 night was very eventful. We arrived at 2200. This time Eric was with me again and swapped out. The previous crew warned us that they'd had 2 gas alerts already, so we should keep our masks ready. They sadly could not give a reason for the drastic increase in activity, but that was to be expected. And lo and behold, maybe half an hour into the shift, warning, leakage, gas hazard. Fast forward through the whooshing and to the all clear maybe 20 minutes later. No one was new to the gas business, but after the disappearances 2 nights ago, we all called in and were glad to hear all the other voices. The activity increase of 07 was real. At 2300 we had the whole alarm and all clear thing again, and at 0230 another alarm. According to Pascal, who was also on shift, that was a new record for at least 15 years. He doesn't know of guys who knew of guys that far back, but still, a record is a record. The 3rd alarm wasn't normal though. Normal by 07 standards, that is. After laying down to wait out the whoosh, another alarm sounded. Containment breach, assemble at the gate and ready for defense. Well, worried, we got up and ran to the entrance. Maybe halfway through it, the whoosh hit. Can't say if it was the strongest one yet. But Eric and I fell and we both got blasted with gravel. Nothing critical, but still not pleasant either. We were the last to arrive, with the other 2 teams standing in the already open gate, with nothing but MGs deployed and pointing in. We wordlessly fell into line beside them and trained our rifles at the elevator platforms. We didn't have to wait long. Another announcement sounded, this one seemingly not pre-recorded, since it was a new voice and it sounded agitated. We'll flush it out the maintenance hatches of the chimneys. Should be up by you guys in 20 seconds. Good luck. With that, small hatches opened in the chimneys. They're about 1 meter squared and were located at hip height. We adjusted the MGs and our rifles' aim and waited. The seconds noticeably stretched. Each of us wore a watch on our left wrists, intended for gas hazards, but as I glanced down at them waiting, I swear they counted minutes, not seconds. What could come out of the hatches? Since we would have to fire at it would have to be a life form and a hostile one at that. Did Mr. SAB even bullshit when he talked about aliens and zombies when we met him? Well, I acutely remembered reading about the pack of wolves that were brought here sometime in the past. What happened to them? And those were just the things I'd heard of. Didn't the SAB guy threaten us by claiming we might come here? Was it a human? Formerly or still? At the sound of rustling and what may be wheezing from the hatches, my conscious thoughts stopped. There was no me. There was only us and it. And then it burst out. It's hard to describe this thing. It was 6-legged and about the size of a small adult. Its head was perfectly round and it didn't have any facial features, just a grey sponge-like surface. Also had 2 tails about as long as its entire body, giving it a look of an enormous spider the first moment we saw it. Most people would probably freeze up at the sight of this, me included, but the knowledge and faith in our weapons caused us to let all hell loose on it instead. And it took it like a champ. Made about 30 meters under the fire of 2 MG-74s and 4 AUGs. We only had maybe 15 meters to spare, but down he went, and we gave him some more. The belts of the MGs were empty at the time we put the second mags into our rifles, but we held fire while the MGs reloaded. Once finished, we parceled out a bit, forming a quarter circle around the carcass. Its original skin color and texture seemed to be a grey, smooth blank skin, except for the face. After maybe a minute of stirring the body down to make sure it was dead, we radioed in. 07, patrol here. 1 target down, do you copy? Copy. 1 down. Stay alert for further movement of the target. No additional hostiles. Stand by for support. Keep the masks on. We waited for another minute until 6 SAB guys with their masks on and pistols drawn came up one of the elevators. They advanced to the body and checked for vital signs. One of them also checked for radiation, like back at the Shadow incident. After confirming the effectiveness of our weapons, one of them set down a backpack we didn't realize he had on before and pulled out some kind of little barrel. It was dark brown and could hold 15, maybe 20 liters. He emptied it on and around the body while everyone else stepped back. He then threw a lit match on it. It ignited, but it wasn't gasoline. It burned green, and we could feel the heat with a nearly unbearable intensity even 15 meters away. Before it completely burned down, 2 Ulans pulled up and unloaded 2 whole groups who quickly secured the gate and perimeter. The SABs forbid them from entering the hall and inspecting the heap of burning flesh further. One of the SABs stepped forward. He was the infamous Mr. SAB himself, and beckoned us 6 further into the building to chat without the others outside listening in. We followed him in, and he held a short speech. Well, the long and short of it was, you're going to have to sign an NDA. One of the kind where you can be happy if you get a lifelong sentence if you break them. No way around it. You have 2 choices for your future. Resume your service as normal and be under close observation for the rest of your life. If you're suspected of having broken the NDA, your life will end, figuratively or literally. If you don't want that future, you can transfer to us. We're short on personnel now anyways. Well, don't get me wrong, this is no good job. You won't see much of the world out there, and you'll probably die before 60. Not to speak of having a family. But you will do your country the biggest service you ever could. I was the only one to accept his offer. The others were understandably put off by their grim future at SAB, but I need to know what this is all about. What happened to the 2 missing guys? What happened to Nicholas? The other 5 guys were ordered back to base for quarantine, but I'm sure it was confinement to not let them spill anything in the shock of the moment. I was given orders to collect my stuff and report back for service at 0800. We were quickly hushed into the Ulans after that and wordlessly drove back to base. Eric stared wordlessly at me the whole time, a questioning look in his eyes. Back at base, I had around 3 hours to pack my stuff and take a break before, for the first time, truly arriving at 07. Packing didn't take long, and I decided to use the rest of my time to write this down. Sure, I'll have enough news to fill an entire week worth of reports in the first hour I arrive, but I doubt I can upload it. I have no idea when I'll be able to write again, if I'll be able to write again. In a little more than an hour, I'll be on my way down those elevators, maybe to never return, maybe to crawl up the chimneys and get filled with bullets by my comrades. Let's not hope for that. Even though you just listened to what I had to say, even though you very likely do not believe a word I say, I thank you for listening to my story, for knowing my fate, may it turn out for the good or the bad. I thank you. A lonely, frightened new SAB recruit, Niederfelder, Barak 2. Over and out. 4th Special Forces Group encountered something on the East Coast, and it changed everything. By Forrest Has Eyes. Log name, Kazimov East Coast Incident. Author, identity redacted. Date, May 2021. Approximately 0040. The United States Special Forces, the Green Berets, also known as silent professionals. And yet here I am about to spill the beans for the entire world. And that's because things have changed. A while ago, I recorded a very unique QRF operation our team undertook in Western Tennessee. Even with all my tours from Africa to the Middle East to training ops in Europe, what happened there never sat right with me. A little while ago, something happened deep in northeastern Maine. A logging town went quiet. Dozens of people are listed dead or missing from a supposed gas leak. But what actually happened there was much more sinister. Just like last time, Raider found itself on QRF duty for the month. This was coming just as winter ended, as the snow was melting and the heat was turning up. Every other team was ready to hit the outdoors, catch some North Carolinian waves, and get a taste of barbecue and booze. Not us, however. We found ourselves lucky enough to be spending our time in our COF, Company Operations Facility, our locker room basically. Eating Stouffer's meals out of the microwave, drowning in our 2 whole regulated beers and playing pool. This wasn't uncommon, however. Several times our short leashes paid off as we got pulled to go back up some super secret squirrel force in parts of the world I actually cannot disclose. But other times, there we were. I remember that early-ass morning, it was around 0500-ish. Half the team was crashed taking naps across the room. I was shooting some pool with our medic, big old former football player from Brooklyn, while our comm sergeant was duking it out with some others on a few consoles. Now for reference, Raider has 2 fire teams led by senior weapons sergeants, myself and a fellow staff sergeant we call Chuck. Above us we have a Chief Warrant Officer 4, Chief for short, and our senior officer and the leader of the team, Captain Nicholas Walker, formerly a 10th Mountain Platoon Sergeant with several tours on his belt and a stacked left shoulder. He went through and passed selection, arrived to the teams as a Sergeant First Class, then found himself the topic of a battlefield commission after, well, let's call it strange circumstances. Now, Captain Walker was a man of focus, discipline, and absolute grit. On a team of NATO's finest, he radiated death. So when he walked in, consoles went on pause. People awoke from their slumber. Pool sticks shot up towards the ceiling. Everything went quiet. Walker looked around, fat lip in as he spit some dip juice into his spitter. He looked me in the eyes, then gazed around. We're getting spun. Everyone in their head now. Now usually with QRF, we've already got somewhat of an idea as to what's going on, and it's usually a quick ramp brief on the landing strip before loading up. This time, however, was different. We went into the conference room and Chief already had a laptop hooked up to a monitor displaying a readily made op order. Chief took the lead. At 0435, local law enforcement in Maine gave out an all-points bulletin after a biological facility in a small, out-of-the-way logging town came under attack. Current identity of OP4 combatants is unknown, with the actual distress call being fairly vague. Several surrounding departments, also including Main State Troopers and SWAT units, were dispatched, all of which have gone quiet, leading to U.S. Marshals and State Troopers to cordon off the town. Chief reached down and hovered the button over a play button on an attached MP3 file. This is Officer of the Police Department. We're in a coal black situation. I say again, coal black. Department's taken at least a dozen casualties and... The officer's East Coast accented distress call was interrupted by high-powered gunfire. It's kind of fucked up, but I'd wager it was something made by HK. We need backup. Serious backup. These fuckers ain't human. Their heads are... Oh, God. The chief is dead. Somebody help. Captain Walker took point as the slide switched to a bird's-eye view of the town. Target of the attack seems to be some sort of biological facility, claiming to be working on pharmaceutical aids. What is it doing in a logging town? Fuck if I know. However, for you boys who've been here for a year, owner of this facility is the same one who ran that black site back in Tennessee, Kasimov Industries, led by their corporate master, Theodore Kasimov. Our medic laughed and muttered under his breath, "Vain as shit." Captain Walken continued. Whoever the combatants are, they're well armed. Satellite imagery can't get any sort of lead. CCTV before it was taken offline provided these images. Chief then switched to the next set of slides. Blurry images of several men, body armor over some sort of white Parker-type jackets, wielding full-length rifles. Their heads, though, that's what confused everyone. They weren't wearing any masks, but they looked too darkened out to be normal. Like they almost had, well, antlers. The captain snapped us all back to reality. Look, I'm going to level with you boys. I know how these type of ops might feel. I know things never really sat well about Tennessee. That shit a while ago. Whatever the fuck is going on, it's not happening on the other side of the globe. Or some random-ass forest. It's happening on American soil. In a town. And regardless of why you signed up, there's innocent people living in that town, hiding in their closet, parents clutching their children, begging for someone to help them. I don't give a shit what rounds their weapons are chambered in. I don't care how many of them there are, or what they might be trying to get into in that building. They fucked with the American people. We're gonna go send every single goddamn one of them to hell. Roger? Roger, we all answered in unison. Walker nodded, looking to Chief as he dumped his lip and bottle into a nearby trash, then gazed back at us. COF door with your shit in 10. Execute. The clock read 05:13 when we all left that conference room. When 05:23 rolled around, everyone was on the outside asphalts. Kits on, weapons ready, mind set. Don't know what it was about QRF missions, but they're always different than regular ones. Usually there's some mild banter, an upbeat feeling between us all. Standing outside, the cold dusk air hitting our faces, we could all feel the tension as we waited for those 3 armored Humvees to pull up and give us trans to the airfield. You've probably seen it all in movies, but that walk to the chopper is surreal. A long yet quick drive in shaky-ass Humvees that should have been decommissioned a long time ago. The pit in your stomach that grows as airfield security waves you through the gate. The slow turn they make, parking parallel to the birds. 160th SOAR, 2 Black Hawks crewed by the finest the US military aviation had to offer. We'd worked with them before on countless ops. They've always done their job and gotten us there safely. I remember stepping out onto the tarmac. Chief led the way as our 2 fire teams split and chose a Black Hawk. I remember Captain Walker getting a count of personnel as we left, watching him jog over to the father bird. I remember watching each and every one of my guys disappear into the chopper's dark pits, climbing aboard myself and fist-bumping the gunner. I remember watching that door slide shut and the Black Hawks pick up shortly after. Oh, the flight was long, ungodly long. That high in the air, the only light you get are the lit-up devices on the birds and the faint glow of street lamps thousands of feet below us. The silhouettes of the other passengers aboard staying still, some catching up on sleep, others listening to music. Sleep. Really should have gotten some of that myself. Remember the distant street lamps disappearing below us, showing only a dark sea of shadows representing the New England area's vast forests. Before long, the shake of the chalk's slow descent downwards had me looking at my watch. 2 hours had passed. The doors opened, and we all stepped out onto what I can only guess was a private runway of some sort. It was well furnished, and long enough to probably field a 747 if I'm honest. But the fact that there were no visible control towers, and the fence around it was layered with sea wire, gave the impression that, well, only those in the know land here. Before the Black Hawks even started their ascent back towards Bragg, 3 up-armored SUVs sped down the dirt road leading to this place, and quickly pulled up alongside us. They were similar to the ones we used overseas. Ballistic reinforced windows, doors lined with high-rated armor, non-tactical vehicles, meant to blend in sight. But they had tinted windows and a shiny jet-black finish. Even stranger though, the pit in our stomachs grew larger as a single person stepped out. Probably 5'8", clean-shaven complexion with a comb-over, and a navy blue suit. A bump under his sports coat told us he was concealed carrying. The same guy who met with Captain Walker after the whole Tennessee shit. I couldn't hear what they said, but they shook hands, and the one guy had a strangely British accent. Captain Walker motioned for us to mount up. I remember locking eyes with the guy briefly before doing so. I didn't feel any malice, but I didn't feel trust either. Chief chose to TC the rear Vic, climbing in with some of the other members of Raider. I piled in the middle one, 2 of my guys and our medic. After they were finished talking, the captain climbed into the lead Vic with the comm sergeant, the latter of whom had to bend the giant antenna of his manpack to enter. We drove off into the night, leaving that mysterious ass man on the runway alone. The drive there was more or less uneventful. Periodic radio checks between the vehicles as we eventually found our way onto the main highway. The tinted windows protected any passers-by from seeing us, but anyone with a brain knew that 3 blacked-out SUVs speeding down a highway in the middle of the night, well, they knew what it meant. Eventually, we neared the police blockade around the town, which had caused traffic wanting to pass through to back up severely. We took to the shoulder, but were stopped several times by others trying to use the shoulder to get by. And Captain Walker did not appreciate that. Tell this motherfucker in the hatchback he's got 2 seconds before I thermite his engine. I could hear the medic laugh over to the comms. You tell him, sir. Well, eventually we reached the blockade, and 2 state troopers kitted out with rifles waved us through. About 200 meters down, a roadside Roll 2 set up by several ambulances was in the process of treating people seemingly just medevaced from the town. Beside them was a long line of body bags. We passed by just in time to see 2 shell-shocked officers carrying a body out of their squad car. They were covered in blood, looking like something tore them apart. Their gear was torn apart and read SWAT. The sign came over the net, and Chief spoke up. Guess we know what happened to the SWAT unit. The drive into the town was tense. The street-side lamps became less common, resulting in less visibility. The convoy slowed to about half speed, with all of us keeping our eyes peeled to the surroundings outside of the Vic. We're in the town's suburbs area. Dense woods surrounding sporadic houses. All dark, not a single goddamn lamp or sign of life. Even creepier was how it was an absolute ghost town. Not uncommon in this part of the country at this time of night, but there was a strange undertone to it this time. We got more towards the center of town. That's when it got even weirder. Cars abandoned in the street were parked diagonally, some having collided with parked ones. This caused us to take a series of detours, which set off more than a few alarms from doing convoy ops back east. And before long, car windshields shattered, not like a baseball spiderweb type of shatter, but like a strange zigzag cut through the glass. Doors and hoods lined with bullet holes, street lamps flickering, showing signs of a damaged power grid, and blood, trailing across the streets, more visible on the sidewalks than the asphalt. I remember someone from the lead Vic, probably the captain, shining their tack light out of one of the windows. Beside a large pool of blood and gore was a distinctive shine of 9mm brass. Well, eventually, the convoy stopped just outside the town's police station, or what was left of it. Glass with the same peculiar smash marks, bloody handprints and splashes all across the front of it, flickering lights causing shadows to dance across the inside of the station. A goddamn bench thrown through one of the front doors, literally lodged in the goddamn door. This wasn't the work of some sort of paramilitary force, and whatever did this was rabid and crazed. One of the doors to the lead Vic opened as Captain Walker came over the net. This is Lead. Stay in your Vicks and keep your heads on a swivel. Part 2. As he exited, he turned on his helmet light and began to scan the ground. That's when the small cone of light illuminated something on the front steps. The Bushmaster AR-15, magazine still in, barrel pointing towards the sidewalk, covered in a strange black ooze. We didn't know what it was, but as Captain Walker followed the trail, it seemed to eat into whatever it laid on, creating a mini crevice. The captain dropped the Mac out of it, being careful not to touch the pistol grip that was now being eaten up by the same black ooze. He waved over to the comm sergeant, who hurried out and knelt down next to the captain. The air had grown quiet at that point, unnaturally so. No crickets, no wind, just the hum of the engine. I could see the comm sergeant through the bulletproof doors. "Maine, this is Raider Romeo. Prepare for weapon serial..." None of us could hear any of Romeo's chatter, so Chief keyed in. "Is it one for the OPFOR?" Walker shook his head. "Negative. It's one of the locals, the station chief." After a few minutes, the comm sergeant hurried back to the lead Vic, as Walker pulled the bolt from the half-disintegrated weapon and broke the firing pin. He walked up the steps to the police station, peeking inside as we could all see the look of disgust on his face as he shook his head, hurrying back to his Vic. Chief hopped on the net. "Want to search the station for any info?" Walker responded. "Chief, trust me, we ain't gonna find shit in that mess." The convoy carried on towards the station. By now, the unnatural silence was apparent to everyone. The low crawl of the tires on the asphalt road as the SUV swerved and moved around abandoned cars created a tense, white noise to it all. Then, suddenly, all of the street lamps went out. The drivers of all the Vics quickly slammed on their brakes, causing all of us to lean forward and then slam back. We looked around, the only visible light being the headlights pointing forwards and the orange hue of the target building just ahead. Captain Walker hopped on the net. "What's the approximate to target?" Chief responded. 100 meters-ish, just down the road on the right." 100 meters. We could see the facility through mashed windows and torn-apart blinds. We could see the soft orange lights of the biological facility light up the sky of the now dark town. However, that meant if anyone was on that 6th floor, they could easily see us, and there we were, sitting ducks on a dark road. Our radios crackled as Captain Walker keyed in. "Everyone dismount. Nods down." As we left the safety of our bulletproof vehicles, stepping into the cold night air of a town that now, obviously, didn't want us to be there, we pulled down our $40,000 GPN VGs, quad nods, high-end night vision devices that made the dark streets of that town look all too well lit. Combine that with our PECs, IR lasers only visible through night vision devices, allowing us to point and shoot, and the pit in our stomachs grew just that much smaller. As we exited, the captain motioned for the convoy to head off. Those goddamn Pentagon Uber drivers were all too giddy to turn around and peel off, leaving us there in the streets alone. Then again, we were SF. We were the goddamn boogeymen. We've got nothing to worry about, right? Raider formed up into 2 diamonds, the front team taking point with the captain while my team hung back with Chief. Everything, from the cars to the rooftops of buildings to the windows to the doors, every possible opening had a laser on it. We'd trained for things like this, ran drills every minute of every hour of the night for weeks on end. We neared the end of the block, rounding the corner. The building was a gigantic grey square, a series of symmetric windows now covered in the same broken, bloody destruction, and signs of battles appeared everywhere. A bright, neon, Kazimoth Biological sign was mounted above the lobby doors, the gigantic glass being covered in messages, written in, something. Be free. Saviors. We quickly maneuvered behind a line of cars parked across the street, across from the building. As we scanned our 12, we could see what happened to local law enforcement. Patrol cars were parked and scattered all around. The same black ooze from before had eaten clean through doors, windows, and engine blocks. And yet, despite all of the abandoned weapons and loose brass, not one body. Not a goddamn one. The other team covered the left side. My team took the right. As we sat there hunkered down, I could hear the captain and chief talking. Walker's words sent a chill down my spine. They know we're here. Chief was confused. Who? Our four? Captain shook his head. No cicadas. In these woods should be straight deafening. Woods grow quiet when they sense a predator nearby. What, we scare them off? Chief asked. Walker scanned the surrounding woodline. Oh, not us. The captain then hopped on the net. Everyone pick up a maneuver. Lobby doors. Oh, the entry was textbook, pure and simple. Carefully stepping over the trails of tar eating into the ground, engine blocks and generally everything. And we stacked up against the concrete walls on either side of the lobby doors. My point man and the other teams pied the corners, and after a small signal we moved in. Quickly, stepping through the shattered glass windows, we invaded that lobby, flipping up our nods since it was much more well lit than the outside. We looked around. Bullet casings, Fire 56, and what I think were 6.5 and 7.62 blanketed the floor. Bullet holes marked the walls all across the room, signs of the corners of the hallway leading further into the building being chewed up by high rates of fire, caused pieces of concrete and wall guts to fall off and form piles. After the fire team secured the lobby, Captain Walker entered with Chief, stopping for a moment as he observed different marks on the metal doorframe and then the desk. Chief joined him as he explained. These exit holes are aimed towards the outside. Whoever Kazimoth hired to protect this place was packing a lot of heat. They didn't go down without a fight. It's then that our medic noticed the body at the desk. Black polo with a Kazimoth Industries logo on the left sleeve, slumped face down. I watched him walk around and reach out to flip him back. The captain stopped him, citing plenty of the black ooze around the corpse. Guess he didn't want to risk Doc because he flipped him over himself. What we saw. What happened to the poor son of a bitch in that rolling chair, I'll never forget. The man's nose, most of his face was ripped clean off, and whatever remained was covered by patches of deer hide. His eyes were removed, and stuck through his temples were branches, resembling a deer's head. Just like the blurry image on the CCTV. Chief nearly puked as even Doc, an SF medical sergeant, an 18D had to look away. Hell, I don't think any of us could stand to look at it. But him, what was a him for too long? The only one who could was... Antlers, Captain Walker said. Doc shook his head. What the fuck? Terrorists with a white tail fetish? The captain shook his head. This ain't whitetail. It's gotta be caribou. The chief, who'd now recomposed himself, looked over at Captain Walker. How do you know? I hunt, sir. This shit's out of state game. Whoever did this, all of this, is not from around here. The discussion was cut short after a guttural scream. Had to have been female, I think. It came from deeper down the hall. Everyone's rifle snapped to the entryway, expecting gunfire, expecting a demon, and yet, nothing. I could see Captain Walker look at the mutilated security guard, then back to the hallway. Alright, let's get moving. As we moved forward, the three, myself, a gunner, and another weapons sergeant, formed a rolling T. Captain Walker followed behind, a hand on my shoulder since I was the middle of the T, controlling the pace. We continued down the line of corridors. Paintings that were once murals of different forests had been torn off the walls and smashed. The walls were layered with holes and smash marks as furniture and end tables were torn into pieces. All the while we followed the trails of black ooze still eating into the ground below. Chief keyed in. One hell of a firefight. Rounds didn't do this, Captain Walker retorted. He was right. Gunfire makes identifiable holes, and with enough of them, they will tear chunks off the walls. They don't make strange, way too large zigzags. They don't make teeth marks in wooden studs or gut furniture in the way that we were seeing. These marks were intentional, biological. But animals kill for survival. They eat, they don't just tear things apart. They never have. Whatever did this, did so out of rage. After searching the rooms on the ground floor, Captain Walker called for a halt, and our comm sergeant radioed from Maine. Maine, this is Raider Romeo. Ground floor secure, ready to move. He stopped as if he was cut off, causing many of us to look at him for that long, silent minute. He looked at the captain. They said to maneuver on the sub-level labs. The chief looked at him funny. There's only supposed to be a storage basement here. Captain Walker shook his head. Yeah, that tracks. We quickly found an access stairwell, the other side blocked as someone attempted to place a metal bar between the door handle. One of our jacked-as-hell gunners, mule-kicking it, quickly removed that variable. After a short while, the now messy carpet turned into blood and tar-stained tiles, and wallpaper was replaced by concrete. The captain stopped us and shone his tack light up at a sign above a set of forced open metal doors. Testing. We gazed ahead and could see vials leaking, mixing with the tar, as an exposed ceiling tile overhead caused a smoke-like gas to leak out of a burst pipe. The captain sighed and looked around. Mask up. Protector masks, known more commonly in the military as pro-masks, are the anti-chemical, biological, radiological gas masks that are issued out to the lowest level. Albeit, in recent years, their reliability has been questioned. We weren't taking any chances in this place, even if it meant painfully fitting our helmets with night vision over top the gigantic hunk of plastic and rubber. The trick to fighting in these was to keep your breathing smooth, or else it would fog up. Considering how far up Schitt's Creek we were, that was easier said than done. Once we were masked up, two of our guys slung their rifles and pulled back the sliding metal doors as much as they could, and I led the rolling T inside. It was a long, straight hallway, leading to another set of double doors. The ground was a mess of water, blood, and other fluids from different test kits and samples that had been dropped. Valves smashed, causing every step we took to be interrupted by cracking glass. On either side of the hallway, however, reinforced ballistic glass had protected different chambers used for operations and experiments. Everything from the tables to the monitors to the walls and floors inside of them was still intact. I didn't stop whatever was outside from having at the badly damaged wire glass. Several pipes were also broken in the ceiling. That, combined with the still flickering LED lights from above and the light pollution from the labs, had us flip our night vision and resort to the tack lights on our rifles. Being the middleman of the rolling T, my job was to keep watch forward, scanning down the hall, then to the floor, then to the ceiling, and back to the floor. Well, the lack of bodies, and yet the excess amount of blood and gore, was stick-fucking with me, with all of us. I remember the cone of light from my O-light following the trail of black ooze. Well, it bent and zigzagged before leading up towards a body that twitched. Part 3. I quickly called for a halt, and everyone stopped right on the dot. Thank God for all the training we do. Captain Walker hurried up and got right next to me. What do you see? His question was answered as the body, quickly identified as the security guard, slammed its lacerated right hand into the floor. Our lights shone brightly on its Kazamoth Security Services patch as it shakingly pulled itself from the floor and gazed at us. His face, was gone. No, I mean actually gone. Whatever the fuck that black tar shit did to him had removed his face, and the skull and head around it in a clean cut. His head was hollowed out. Nothing inside but more of the black tar falling out in gallons. Its movements were broken and janky, and it looked at us with its absent eyes, but I could tell that it could see us, somehow. "Oh, sweet Jesus," Chief muttered as he looked around, while all three of us in the rolling T kept our weapons trained. "Sir?" I asked the captain, but before he could say anything, it rushed towards us. Reanimated feet slipping and struggling with the wet surface of the tiled floor, its hurried footsteps caused black ooze to fall out even quicker as it held a hand up towards us. The in-unison fire of all three of us, our M4s tearing apart the thing's chest. The security polo and the now grey, dead flesh underneath was absolutely cut apart as we aimed for the center of mass and didn't stop. Those tack lights gave us an all-too-well-lit view of it all. But, even as the thing fell back from the sheer force of the gunfire, it still tried to get up, even as mounds of its chest were falling out after being ripped apart. We all took aim, ready to try and put it down again, but Captain Walker pushed past us. He took aim at the thing with his scar, fired off 5 rounds into its brainstem, right where the neck met its head. The thing fell back, it twitched and shook, and then it stopped. Just like that, we moved on. That same type of engagement had occurred so many times overseas that we'd become numb to it, robotic to it. However, not as paranormal as our QRF operations were getting nowadays, it seems. As we pushed forward, I could hear the captain and chief talking behind us. "How the hell could Kazimoth be hiding all this down here?" Chief asked, exasperated by the scenery. "Well, there's only supposed to be a storage basement." "Supposed to be," Captain Walker retorted. The senior weapons sergeant, the other fire team leader, we'll call him Chuck, a bit of a nickname, asked, "Sir, if they were going for the basement, then what painted the upstairs windows with the same thing that tore that reinforced door's lock off from the inside," Captain Walker interrupted, coldly. The double doors at the end of the hall, luckily, weren't reinforced. As we pushed through, we were greeted with yet another sight. The carnage continued and more bodies of Kazimoth Industries workers could be seen. But the way they were killed wasn't rabid or with military precision. It was sacrificial. Some had their backs to the walls, others were on their knees. Different gash and slash marks cut up their clothing, as their faces and skin were being eaten into by the black ooze. And then, what I can only guess was one of the biologists, his lab coat painted with tar and blood, lifted his head to look at us. The motion of doing so caused part of his face, now dried up and broke, to fall off, exposing a hollowed-out head. And then, they all did. All of them, standing up, shakingly forcing themselves to their feet like thralls. There were no moans, no zombie-like cries, just the silence. Captain Walker keyed into the net. "Sir?" Chief answered, "Your call." One of them, what was a female in nurse's scrubs, broke the mob to rush at us. I took aim for her neck and fired. My 5.56 tore clean through her now rotted skin, destroying the brainstem and causing her to fall forward. And then they all rushed. First 3 of us in the rolling T quickly took a knee. Gunfire erupted, sound waves bouncing off the close-quarter walls of the hallway causing our pelters to work double time. The captain and several others quickly followed in behind us, as a whole wall of semi-automatic death quickly filled the air. Black tar went flying. Pieces of their head and neck were ripped off instantly. That's when one of our gunners took aim with his M48 and let loose. The wall of belt-fed 7.62 Fury quickly cut them in half horizontally, whether intentional or not. It made it easier for us up in front to take them out. Controlled pair after controlled pair, the captain now switched to bursts of automatic fire to simply remove the neck instead of precision shooting it. But, unlike zombies, they found other ways of attacking. I saw it play out in slow motion through my holographic. One of them stood itself up with its two arms and grabbed a large chunk of glass. Coated in the black ooze, it tossed that shit just before I cut it down. I heard a scream and looked. The other fire team leader, Chuck, had that chunk of glass ripped right through the side of his neck. Grabbing at it, Doc quickly pulled him from the front line, as Captain Walker pulled me to my feet by my kit's carry handle. "Clean this shit up. Move." We all pushed forward, stepping over the decayed, disgusting abominations, and put two into every single one of them. When it was over, I stuck two of the junior weapons sergeants on either side of the hallway with one of our gunners to keep watch. Captain Walker hurried over to our downed battle buddy, sitting back against the wall as his neck was being packed by our medic. "You're going to make it, Chuck." The staff sergeant simply laughed, giving a thumbs up. Well, we pushed forward again. The formerly linear hallway now turned into a series of off-branch corridors and small rooms covered by plastic door covers. The captain knew where to go, however. Whatever they were after, it's where this tar's coming from. Follow the trail. The overhead lights on the ceiling started to get dimmer and dimmer, eventually forcing us to flip down our quad nods. We fought to keep our breathing down as we scanned the hallways stuck in a claustrophobic mess of rubber and plastic. One of the junior weapons sergeants near the front of me noticed a shadow at the end of the hall just as I did. "I've got something," he whispered. The captain answered, "Drop it." Before he could get any shots off, a scream. Guttural, pained, female-sounding radiated off the walls, through our electronic headphones, bouncing off our souls. Then from the right, inside one of those rooms I was talking about, a figure rushed out and threw all three of us in the rolling T on our asses. Green berets, each of us probably 200 pounds of solid muscle, not counting the kit and weapons, thrown on our asses. The guy to my left got ragdolled by the middleman. Me, as I went sailing into the wall so hard I broke an AED case. That then fell and slammed right down onto my face. The man to my right next to her, got the worst of it. Into the goddamn ceiling, then onto a table. My pro mask was knocked off center, my breathing heavy. I struggled to see through the now fogged crooked lens of my nods. Fucking hell. Its body was spindly, naked, covered in blood. Long black patchy hair, half-covered a face, which now was just eye sockets and a wide open mouth. Black of which poured out of all of them. She screamed again, this time so close it caused my head to ring. IR lasers locked onto her immediately. Although she had the strength to toss us all across the hall, she still became rocked as the entirety of Raider lit her the fuck up. Captain Walker circled around to her left, and she shrieked again. It's then I noticed, where there should have been hands, there were just 5 thin, razor-sharp appendages. She quickly lunged and buried them deep into the front plate of one of our weapons sergeants. It was just too close. This caused him to fall right back onto his ass, as she lifted her other arm, just as sharp and, well, whatever she was planning never came to fruition, as both of our gunners let loose on her. Combined fire tore the arm stuck in his chest off at the deltoid, and she stumbled back. She looked at us. Well, she looked demonic, absolutely evil, through the strange white and blue haze of the GPN VGs, and then looked at me and ran off into the darkness. I fixed my pro mask as I got to my feet, helping the man who was trapped under me. As the man thrown off the table slid off, the captain walked over to the downed weapons sergeant, who shook his head. I don't think this was agreed upon in my contract. He was cut off as Captain Walker put a boot on his shoulder, taking both hands and pulling the demon's severed arm out of him. He tossed it to the floor, and I watched as it landed on that trail of black ooze, and immediately melted back into it. The captain then checked underneath his front plate, putting the guy up to a sitting position, and then shook his head. "Oh, your plate caught it." He shook his head and helped him up. "One bogeyman tries to take your shoulder off, the other tries to rip out your heart. The fuck is it with you, Case?" Case, the same guy who took that pike to the shoulder back in West Tennessee, laughed as he got to his feet. "Guess they just can't get enough of me, sir." Well, we pushed forward. The size of the Black Ooze's trail was now increasing. We had to be getting close. Captain Walker once again controlled the pace of the rolling T as we neared another set of reinforced double doors. I guess Chuck, still suffering from his neck injury, was unusually sluggish, causing Chief to ask, "Raider, Alpha, you good?" "Always, Chief." It was right around when we neared the double doors. It opened up into a larger area, staging ground for some of the security officers with a few tables, chairs, and monitors, now thrown around and corroded with the tar. And then we found our OPFOR. There they were, on their knees, weapons carelessly tossed away, now being eaten up by the tar, the same as that rifle outside of the police station. They sat back on their knees, arms out to their sides. They had all too realistic deer masks that covered their entire face, and would be basically suicide to wear in combat. However, black ooze poured out of the opening, which started to eat their bulletproof vests and white parkas, melting them like candles. Captain Walker moved to take one of the deer hoods off. That's when a voice stopped him. "I wouldn't do that if I were you." We all turned to where the voice had come from. A half-dead Kazamoth security officer sat against the wall just to the right of the reinforced doors. We could see the black ooze had melted his legs and one of his arms into the floor, and was working its way up to the veins of his neck towards his head. The captain motioned us to the secure room, where I positioned 2 guys to watch the hall, and 2 to watch the door. Captain Walker got down in a squat, flipping up his nods as he looked the half-dead man in the eyes through his pro-mask. "What happened here?" The man coughed up. "There's more at stake than what you..." Walker turned on his helmet light. The cone of light followed the black ooze from its corrosive crevice in the floor to the man's leg. "The hell is this shit?" The security officer laughed. "I don't know what Mr. Kazamoth is hiding, but whatever it is, other people want a piece of it. I was just wrong job, wrong time. Just a pawn." The man pointed towards the half-melted deer men. So were they. He then, shakingly, lifted his good hand to point at Walker, before it went limp as the black ooze worked its way into the veins of his arm. "So, are you?" "Well, there's going to be a lot of questions after this," the captain said, and the officer weakly nodded. "For Mr. Kazamoth, not for me. Do me a favor. Don't let me..." The guard then started to violently cough as black ooze slowly poured from his mouth, and his eyes slowly became enveloped in it. As his head dropped, the captain stood up and switched his rifle from safe to semi. The following 3 gunshots radiated in my mind. They still do. I think they still do for everyone. We all knew the stakes now after that. We didn't finish this, everything leading up to this, the lab techs, the security guard, the thing that was once a woman. Well, that was the fate of everyone who would come into contact with this evil black shit. The comm sergeant and I quickly grabbed the right metal door, as 2 others piled on the other. We then pulled both back at the same time, creating enough room for the rest of Raider to move in, Captain Walker taking the lead. Before I flowed in with the rest, I took one look at the sign above the door. Cryolab. We moved through a now destroyed decontamination chamber into an open lab, dark with a few red lights creating an ominous as fuck hue across the room. Different cylindrical tanks lined each side of the room, laying down horizontally on stands. Several of them had gunshots in them, others were fogged up. But one of them, at the end of the room, lay center against the back wall, is broken open. Seemingly the center of the black ooze as it actively poured from the tank. Captain Walker flipped up his nods, as did we, and all of us shone our tag lights on a lone, deer-headed cultist. Standing inside of the black ooze as it climbed up his pants, soaked his previously white parka, which was now a deep jet black. Noticing all the lights bathing him, he turned around. As he did, more black ooze poured from under his mask. There was a deep silence in the room, just the sounds of heavy breathing from inside of our masks, the sounds of the tar leaking out of the tank. The silence which was broken when he spoke. Part 4. Nicholas Walker. His voice was deep and monotone. This caught Captain Walker, and all of us, off guard. He lowered his rifle just slightly, allowing him to make eye contact with the man. "Who the fuck are you people?" Walker said in a low, furious tone. The man laughed. "I am simply an instrument of change, Nicholas Walker, as you are an instrument of order." This only pissed off the captain. How the fuck? You see, society as we know it today seeks to instill a new normal. One where everything is fine. People leech off of others, and the ways of the old world, the primordial world, one that the natives and the tribesmen once knew, are kept at bay by the men with guns. The man reached out, black ooze seemingly radiating from his pores as it dropped to the floor. "This is the building block of the universe. It shapes, it creates, and it can make all of us beautiful. It is the DNA, the alpha and the omega of which all of those bogeymen you and your government seeks to keep quiet come from. A layer under the surface of the current way of the world." All of us were quiet. Although his ramblings seemed crazy, the effect the tar had on people, on the ground and the earth around it, well, we'd added up. The man spoke again. "Tell me, Captain, how many beings will you walk into the shadows and put a bullet into the head of before you realize this is futile? I realized it's futile, me and my brothers. We realized all those who go missing. The forests, shunned for disappearances, and the things they contain. We should not fear it. We should not fear them. We should embrace them." Walker flicked his selector switch, taking aim at the man. "You and your cell are going to be hunted the fuck down and—" He interrupted him. "Cell? This isn't just one group in one part of the world. You've seen the reports, Captain Walker. Afghanistan, the jungles of Indochina, the Mongolian deserts, the forests of Bavaria. It's breaking through the surface. What you call anomalies, treating them like monsters. Well, they're coming back to reclaim this world." That's when we heard the sounds of coughing and gurgling coming from behind us. "And they're going to make us all beautiful." Our medic called out, "Captain!" We all turned. Chuck, the man who'd taken that glass to the neck, dropped to one knee. The wound packing on his neck became soaked in the same black tar, and the more he coughed, the more caked his mask became with that shit. None of us knew what to do. Green Berets, the world's finest, and we all just fucking froze. And I kept my gun trained on the cultist, who simply stood there, probably smiling underneath that deer mask. "Chuck," Captain Walker said authoritatively. He didn't answer, just fought at the packing around his neck. He stood there for a few moments before speaking up again. "Sergeant." That's when Chuck pulled off the packing on his neck, and a goddamn gallon of that shit spilled out onto his uniform, painting his top and kit, covering up the multicam. Dog was hesitant to do anything, but when he moved towards him, "Don't fucking touch him." Captain Walker barked at him, causing him to back off. Chuck removed his helmet, the Kevlar smacking off the floor as he pulled off his mask. Well, it ran through the veins all over his head, all over his face, creating a horrifying black web just underneath his skin. Tar spat from his lips, as his eyes were completely jet black, more of the shit coming out of his tear ducts. He looked around, nervously, almost as if he was blind. Captain Walker's breathing became tense, cursing under his breath. Chuck. The Green Beret staff sergeant simply spat out more of the shit. He then looked around, now seemingly able to see us, and moved to lunge at us, but he stopped, holding himself back as he banged his hands against his head, hyperventilating. I looked back to the cultist. He stood there, arms now crossed. My eyes broke from him when I heard Chuck wheezing, finally saying, "I'm sorry, sir." He then reached down to his holster, pulling out his sidearm, the 6-hour M17. Chief's eyes went wide under his mask. He then looked to the captain. "Walker!" "Chuck, don't," Captain Walker yelled, as he brought the muzzle to the underside of his head, the brainstem. "No!" The shot rang out. Staff Sergeant Charles Chuck Ivensky, airborne qualified, proud member of 4th Special Forces Group for over 8 years, a loving husband and father, my friend, fell to the floor, his weapon clattering out of his hand on the way down. Officially listed that he was killed in a mortar strike in Libya. The place Raider was supposed to officially be that night. Well, unofficially. Silence broke as Captain Walker turned, letting loose on the cultist with his Scar 223, which tore through the man's coat. It did nothing but seemingly cut through the black tar like butter. He fired until there was so much on the black wall, you could swear those tiles came black. He fired so much, his bolt clicked empty. The cultist dropped to his knees, voluntarily. He gazed up at the captain, as he seemingly melted into the floor. "Before this is over, Captain, every single warfighter you drag into this will die." We all stood there, watching every last inch of that deer mask sink into the tar. The captain turned, looking at Chuck, then the medic. "Get him up. He's coming with us." As we all packed up, Chuck's team went with the comm sergeant and chief to escort them out. Mine stayed with me, as we watched Captain Walker pull a thermite grenade from his belt and toss it onto the tank. Whatever's in that shit, whatever it was made of, caused it to erupt immediately. We heard hissing and hard screeching. The captain simply turned and loaded a fresh magazine into his Scar. "We're done here." Usually after these types of things, we have an after-action report with the entirety of Raider. However, the second we touch down back at COF, we let the guys loose. Usually it's both team leads, Raider lead and the CWO of the team. However, this time it was just Chief, Captain Walker and myself. I peeled off my kit, tossing it in my locker and heading out. There's an all too pungent, homey smell to a combat shirt soaked in sweat after a long up. However, the sweet and sour aroma of that tar just made me want to burn this frickin' thing. My locker was at the far end of our wall. Once it was locked, I headed over to the COF door. I stopped and stared at one. Chuck's. The shock and misery that hit us on that Black Hawk ride back. The one that the guys were probably feeling now as they let loose on the post-QRF dry status. It was replaced by rage. Whoever they were, those deer-headed fucks, whatever anomalies being talked about, we were going to take them all down. We have to. I stepped into the conference room. Chief was at the window side end of the table across from Captain Walker. Walker had cracked open a pack of cigarettes, while Chief rubbed his temples, halfway into a watermelon body armor drink. Frickin' warrant officers. "Sergeant," Walker said, beckoning me to sit down. He offered me a cigarette. I declined. We all sat there, a strange, tired silence looming over us before the door opened again. I was expecting some colonel to come in, shake our hands, and call us heroes. Maybe some sergeant major talking about his glory days and saying maybe Sergeant Ivensky would get a Medal of Honor in a few decades. What I didn't expect was an old man with grey hair and a navy blue suit. Chief stood up as the man approached, looking to shake hands. Well, he immediately brushed it off. "Oh no, you boys have had a long night. Sit." Can't figure out what his accent was. Didn't sound particularly southern, but not northern. Also kind of French. The man had a file folder with him. He pulled up a chair next to us and laid it on the table. His eyes were sympathetic as he looked around. "I'm sorry about your comrade, Staff Sergeant Ivensky." Walker sighed, rubbing his eyes. We all knew the score. Well, this time we did at least. If we're going to keep doing this, we can't keep doing this blind. Last-minute clandestine shit." The man nodded. "I agree." Chief capped his empty bottle, tossing it into the trash near us. "Look, I wasn't here for that last op, but after tonight, someone needs to start explaining things right now." Walker looked over to him. "Chief, this is Xavier. He's a third party. Let's just say, working with the government." Xavier interrupted. "And several others." Walker nodded. "Yeah, and several others. About a recurring anomaly problem popping up across the world." Walker's words, I thought back to what that cultist said about this being a worldwide problem. I looked to Xavier. "How long has this been going on?" He straightened his tie as he sat back. "Well, operations like this have happened ever since, before World War II, before the Great War. Minor incidents, previously unconnected. Europe has always had a rich history in dealing with undead Transylvanians, lycanthropes, and witches in the swamps of Scandinavia, or even North America. The natives tell stories about the skinwalker, warlocks that cast down the pelts of animals, that seek to harass tribes and their reservations, acts that still go on today." Xavier then looked over to Captain Walker. "Your captain here appeared on my radar after he had a few run-ins himself. Minnesota?" I raised an eyebrow. Walker looked down. "I was hunting in the wrong area. Hallowed ground. Met a Native American cannibal demon." My jaw dropped. A fucking Wendigo? Yeah, a fucking Wendigo. Chief's eyes grew wide. "You said it was a bear." "Yeah, I did." Xavier continued. "The Special Forces Group has also had some off-the-books operations, should we say. In the 1980s, a group of Sasquatches causing an uproar in a western forest preserve were hunted down by them. This has been going on for a long time, Staff Sergeant, and it's getting more prevalent. Previously unconnected events are now connected. If we want to stop what is coming, we need a united front. This war isn't going to be conventional, and we most certainly cannot waste time trying to capture and hide everything." "Extermination," Walker said abruptly and to the point. He continued by saying, "Look, having all the Tier 1s in the world is great. We need men with experience in this particular subject. I don't want to face off with some death cult with a bunch of kids straight out of selection." Xavier nodded. "I agree, which is why I've been reaching out to individuals as well. You might know one, Captain." Xavier gave Walker a strange look. It seemed plain at the time, but Walker's reaction surprised me. "Nolan? I thought he went dark after that Kazamoth Estate shit." "Kazamoth Estate?" I asked. Walker gestured with his non-cigarette hand. "Kazamoth Industries has been fucking around for a few years now. They were doing something at some estate down in the South Missouri woods. Nolan was a security officer tasked there. He dug into some things he shouldn't have, ended up saving the whole town's assets. Oh, he's been dark for a few years now. Walker looked to Xavier. "If we're doing this," he then gazed at me and Chief, before back to Xavier. "And we are, because I don't want mine or anyone else's families turning to fucking mush, or demons. We need to get everyone we can on board." Xavier nodded. He opened the file protector and handed each of us a laminated dossier. At the top, PEXU, Paranormal Extermination Unit. Task Force, Raider. Log ended. Operation Amazon Vale by Margot Holloway. Part 1. The descent into the Amazon was like dropping into a green abyss. Thick clouds parted briefly, revealing glimpses of the unbroken canopy below, before swallowing the team whole once again. The roar of the helicopter blades faded as each of them, one by one, parachuted into the jungle, their bodies weightless against the oppressive mass of trees below. For a few moments, there was only the sound of rushing wind and the distant screech of unseen animals, and then silence. Captain Donovan's boots hit the damp ground with a dull thud, his parachute catching in the branches above. Around him, the jungle closed in, the sounds of his team landing a few hundred yards away drowned by the ceaseless hum of insects. He unclipped his chute, already scanning the surroundings. The dense wall of trees and vines made it feel like the world had shrunk, closing them into a pocket of green and shadow. The air was thick and steamy, a suffocating blend of humidity and decay that clung to everything like a second skin. The dense canopy of the Amazon rainforest stretched endlessly above, blotting out the sun, leaving the ground below in a state of perpetual twilight. The jungle seemed to breathe, each gust of wind a slow exhalation through the vines and moss-laden branches. Towering trees, their trunks twisted and gnarled like the bones of some ancient creature, loomed over the landscape. A tangle of foliage and shadows concealed the forest floor, where venomous creatures slithered beneath carpets of decaying leaves, and insects buzzed relentlessly, their wings a constant, maddening hum. It was a place that felt alive, not just with the sounds and sights of the wild, but with something deeper, something far older and more malevolent. The dense undergrowth seemed to shift when no one was looking, the vines hanging like nooses from the branches swaying as though something unseen had passed through them. It was a world where every step felt watched, every breath stolen. There were no trails here, only endless green walls, broken occasionally by the sudden cry of an unseen bird or the distant roar of a river, its path cutting through the jungle like a scar. Captain Eric Donovan had seen a lot of places in his career, but nothing like this. The jungle was different. It wasn't dangerous, it was hostile. Even now, as he stood on the muddy riverbank awaiting final orders, he could feel it creeping under his skin, gnawing at his instincts. He adjusted the strap of his rifle, his eyes scanning the tree line for any sign of movement. A hardened soldier, Donovan wasn't easily rattled, but this mission had already set him on edge. Something about the briefing didn't sit right with him, though he couldn't pinpoint exactly what it was. Beside him, Lieutenant Jason Reed was focused on the mission as always, his sharp eyes fixed on the map in front of him, studying the coordinates where they'd been told Dr. Felix Reyes had vanished. Reed was logical, methodical, and never one to question orders. That's why Donovan had chosen him as second in command. But Donovan could sense the same unease in Reed, masked beneath the stoic facade. They had been sent into the jungle with minimal intel, on the word of higher-ups who had no business withholding details. Sergeant Elena Morales crouched nearby, adjusting the jungle camouflage on her pack. She was their jungle warfare expert, raised in the tropics and one of the few people Donovan trusted to navigate the labyrinth of the Amazon. Skeptical by nature, Morales had already voiced her concerns. The stories circulating about Reyes' last transmissions, the ones about an ancient force lurking deep in the jungle, had been brushed aside by Command as nonsense. Local superstition, they'd said. Morales, however, wasn't so quick to dismiss those kinds of things, especially in a place like this. Private Cole Tanner, the youngest of the team, was fidgeting nervously with his gear. He was eager to prove himself, but Donovan had seen too many green soldiers like him crack under pressure. Tanner's wide-eyed excitement made him a liability, but every mission needed a rookie, someone to follow orders and learn the hard way. He just hoped the kid wouldn't fall apart once they got into the thick of it. The mission briefing had been short and to the point. Find Dr. Felix Reyes and extract him. The scientist had been missing for weeks, sent into the jungle to study a biological threat of some kind. The details of his research were classified, but what had caught Donovan's attention was the nature of Reyes' final transmissions. Descriptions of strange phenomena, of an ancient force he believed had awakened in the jungle. The brass had dismissed the claims as the ramblings of a man lost in the wild for too long, perhaps suffering from isolation or even illness. But Donovan knew better. Men didn't just disappear in the Amazon. Something had gone wrong, something the military wasn't telling him. His gut told him this mission wasn't about extracting a scientist. It was about covering up whatever had really happened out here. Ready to move, Captain? Reed's voice broke through Donovan's thoughts. Donovan nodded, his eyes still on the tree line, the jungle stretching before them like a maw waiting to swallow them whole. Let's move out, he said, leading his team into the unknown. As they disappeared into the mist-shrouded depths of the jungle, Donovan couldn't shake the feeling that they weren't just walking into danger. They were walking into something much worse, something they might not come back from. Donovan to base, do you copy? He spoke into his comms, but only static greeted him. He tried again, adjusting the frequency, but the result was the same, just an eerie, empty buzz. Captain, I'm not getting anything either, came Reed's voice, followed by the rustle of foliage as he emerged from the undergrowth. Looks like we're cut off. Donovan cursed under his breath, a cold wave of unease washing over him. They'd been briefed for the possibility of interference, but this felt different, more deliberate. Let's regroup with the others and head to Reyes' last known position, Donovan ordered. The team moved in silence, cutting through the thick foliage with machetes, the oppressive heat already making the trek unbearable. Every step felt like wading deeper into an uncharted world, the jungle swallowing their presence. Eventually they reached a small clearing where the remains of Dr. Reyes' camp stood. Well, it wasn't what Donovan had expected. The camp was in complete disarray. Tents torn apart, gear scattered across the muddy ground. Empty food cans and overturned research equipment lay abandoned, as though whatever had happened had been violent and swift. And yet, there were no bodies, not even a trace of where the scientist or his team might have gone. Morales crouched near a pile of notebooks, flipping through the pages. Something's not right, Captain. These are his research notes, but look at this. She handed over a tattered journal, the pages smeared with dirt and something darker. Blood, perhaps. Donovan flipped through, catching glimpses of Reyes' increasingly erratic handwriting. The earlier entries were scientific, focused on the biological study they'd been told about. Unusual plant samples, peculiar toxins. But as he moved through the pages, the tone changed. The veil, one of the pages read, the words scrawled hastily across the margin. The locals warned us, but I didn't listen. It's not a myth. It's real, and it's here. It watches, it waits. I can feel it inside my head, turning my thoughts against me. We need to leave, now, before it takes us all. The veil? Donovan repeated, frowning. What the hell is that? A local legend, Morales said, her voice low. Something about an evil force in the jungle that manipulates minds. The villagers near our base talked about it. said it can make you see things that aren't there. Tanner's voice broke the tense silence. "Captain, over here." The rookie had wandered toward the edge of the camp, where deep gashes marred the trees. Donovan knelt down, inspecting the ground. Footprints, lots of them, but no clear direction. No indication of a struggle or retreat, just chaos, like the jungle had swallowed them whole. "Right, we need to stay sharp," Donovan said, rising to his feet. "Whatever happened here, Reyes didn't just leave. Something made him run." The words felt hollow in the thick, stagnant air. The jungle loomed around them, silent now, as though waiting for something to happen. And then, it did. At first it was subtle, a faint rustling in the trees, like wind threading through the leaves, though there was no breeze at all. Then came the whispers, just barely audible, floating on the edges of perception. Donovan froze, his hand instinctively tightening around his weapon. He glanced at Reed, who gave a barely perceptible nod. Yeah, he'd heard it too. The sound seemed to come from everywhere at once, whispers carried on the wind, but too distorted to make sense of. Donovan scanned the tree line, but the shadows played tricks on his eyes, shifting and swaying as if alive. For a moment he thought he saw movement, figures flitting between the trees, but then he blinked and they were gone. "You feel that?" Tanner asked, his voice shaky, eyes darting around the camp. "It's like we're being watched." "Keep it together, Private," Donovan said, though the feeling of eyes crawling over his skin was undeniable. Morales stood abruptly, her eyes narrowing at the jungle beyond. "We need to move, now." Before anyone could respond, a deep groan echoed from somewhere in the distance, a sound that made the ground tremble beneath their feet. It was unnatural, like the earth itself was moaning. The whispers grew louder now, more insistent, as if beckoning them deeper into the jungle. Donovan's gut twisted. He'd led countless missions into hostile territory, faced enemies both human and environmental. But this was something else, something they weren't prepared for. Without another word, they gathered their gear and pressed forward, every step taking them further from the abandoned camp and further into the unknown. The whispers followed them, growing louder with each passing moment, and the shadows that danced among the trees seemed to shift closer. The deeper the team ventured into the jungle, the more suffocating the atmosphere became. The once vibrant sounds of birds and insects faded, replaced by a deafening silence that made every footstep seem amplified, every breath too loud. The dense foliage swallowed them whole, the twisted trees and vines pressing in from all sides, as though the jungle itself were closing in on them. Captain Donovan led the way, his senses heightened, every muscle in his body tense. The whispers had returned, always just out of reach, twisting in the humid air like invisible tendrils. The team was quiet, too quiet, their nerves stretched to the breaking point. Even Reed, who normally kept his calm, was fidgeting, his eyes flicking toward every movement in the shadows. They hadn't gone more than a few miles from Reyes' abandoned camp when the hallucinations began. At first, it was just fleeting images, things Donovan could dismiss as tricks of the mind. A flash of movement at the corner of his vision, the faint outline of a figure among the trees. But as they pushed further into the depths of the jungle, the visions became more vivid, more personal. Morales was the first to speak up. "I saw them," she muttered, her voice low but strained. She was walking just behind Donovan, her eyes fixed ahead but unfocused. "I saw the men from my old unit, the ones who didn't make it out." Donovan slowed his pace, turning to face her. "You're seeing things. It's just the jungle messing with your head." "They were real," Morales insisted, her grip on her rifle tightening. "They spoke to me, told me it was my fault they died." Donovan said nothing at this. He couldn't tell her that he was seeing things too. Faces from his past, people he'd buried years ago, suddenly alive and accusing him from the shadows. Private Tanner, walking at the rear, had grown increasingly jittery. The youngest of the group, he seemed the most affected by the oppressive atmosphere. His face was pale and his eyes darted around like a trapped animal. "This place, it's cursed," Tanner whispered, barely loud enough for anyone to hear. "We shouldn't be here." Donovan had been about to dismiss Tanner's fears when the young private let out a strangled scream. In the blink of an eye, Tanner had bolted from the group, crashing through the underbrush in a blind panic. "Tanner!" Donovan shouted, breaking into a run. But the jungle swallowed Tanner's form within seconds, his cries growing fainter until there was only the thick, humid air and the silence. Well, they searched for hours, calling his name, combing through the dense foliage. But there was no sign of him. No footprints, no broken branches, nothing. It was as though the jungle had simply devoured him. What the hell is going on? Reed's voice was tight with frustration as they regrouped near a shallow river. "People don't just disappear like that." "Out here they do," Morales muttered grimly. "We're not just up against the jungle anymore." Donovan felt the same. Something was wrong, something far beyond the dense terrain or the wildlife. The air itself felt charged with malevolence, and the further they moved, the more the hallucinations intensified. When they stumbled upon the temple, hidden deep within a thick grove of trees, the feeling of dread that had been building finally coalesced into something tangible. The ancient stone structure was overgrown with vines, half buried by time and the jungle itself. Its entrance yawned open like a gaping mouth, its stone walls carved with eerie, intricate designs that seemed to pulse with a life of their own. "Right, this is it," Morales said quietly, her eyes sweeping over the structure. "Reyes' last known location." Inside, the air was cooler, almost freezing compared to the humid jungle outside. The walls were covered in carvings, grotesque figures of people cowering before something monstrous. The carvings depicted an ancient force, a being with tendrils that seemed to extend from the shadows, wrapping around the heads of the people in the images, feeding on their fear. Reed examined the carvings closely, his expression grim. It looks like the people worshipped, or feared, something here. Donovan moved deeper into the temple, where they found more of Reyes' notes scattered across the floor, half buried in dust. As he sifted through them, the scientist's last words painted a disturbing picture. Reyes' last journal entry said this: "The veil is real. It's not a myth. I've seen it, felt it. It twists reality and preys on fear. The jungle is its home, and it watches, waiting for us to fall into its grasp. We thought we could understand it, but we were wrong. The others are gone, consumed by it. I am next. But I will leave this warning. Whoever finds this, do not stay. Do not trust your mind." As night fell, the team set up camp near the temple, though sleep was the furthest thing from their minds. The jungle had grown impossibly still, as though every living thing had retreated, leaving only their sense of isolation. And then, just beyond the edge of the firelight, they heard it. A low, guttural growl, like something massive and inhuman moving through the trees. "What the hell was that?" Reed hissed, his hand tightening around his rifle. The growls continued, circling them, moving closer but never quite revealing the source. Donovan's eyes scanned the darkness, heart pounding in his chest. The whispers had returned, more insistent now, wrapping around his thoughts, urging him to run, to leave. And then, without warning, something moved. A shadow, a blur of motion, just beyond the fire's reach. It was fast, too fast to track, but the feeling of being watched, hunted, was undeniable. "Stay sharp," Donovan ordered, his voice low, though his heart hammered in his chest. "We're not alone." The growls grew louder, more urgent, as if the jungle itself had come alive now. Something was out there, stalking them, waiting for the right moment to strike. Part 2. In the suffocating darkness of the ancient temple, they found him, Dr. Felix Reyes. Huddled in a shadowy corner, he was a mere shell of the man they'd expected to extract. His beard was overgrown, his eyes wild and bloodshot, darting around the room as though searching for something that only he could see. His clothes were ragged, caked with dirt and grime, and he trembled uncontrollably, muttering incoherently under his breath. "Dr. Reyes," Captain Donovan said cautiously as he stepped forward, his voice low but firm. "We're here to get you out." Reyes flinched at Donovan's words, his head snapping forward at the sound. For a moment his gaze seemed to settle, recognition flashing briefly before fading again into the madness that gripped him. "Out!" Reyes gasped, his voice crackling like dry leaves. He let out a short, bitter laugh. "There is no out. There's only this nightmare." Reed and Morales exchanged uneasy glances. Donovan crouched down, speaking more gently now, trying to keep Reyes focused. "Tell us what happened. What's going on here? What is this thing you've been studying?" Reyes swallowed hard, his hands trembling as he clutched at a worn notebook, his lifeline, it seemed, to whatever remained of his sanity. His eyes flicked back and forth between the team members, then shifted toward the shadows, as though afraid to speak too loudly. "It's the veil," Reyes whispered, his voice barely audible. "It's been here for centuries, hidden, feeding on the jungle, on anyone who comes too close. I thought I could understand it, contain it. But I woke it, and now it's awake." Donovan's jaw tightened. "The veil, what is it? Some kind of ancient force?" Ray shook his head rapidly. No, not just a force. It's alive, it's sentient. It feeds on fear, it twists reality, it turns your mind against you. Your worst fears, they become real, flesh and blood. It uses them to break you down, to consume you." Reed's face was grim, his voice heavy with skepticism. "Are you saying the jungle itself is alive?" "Yes," Reyes insisted, his voice rising in desperation. "It's alive. Oh, the jungle isn't just a place, it's part of the veil now. It's all connected, every vine, every tree. It's working against you. It sees you, it knows you, and it's feeding off you." Morales, who'd been scanning the room with tense suspicion, stepped forward. "If it's feeding off fear, how do we stop it?" Reyes let out a harsh, hollow laugh. "You can't stop it. Not now. The veil isn't just an illusion. It's inside your heads. It's inside all of us. The only way out is to face it, to confront what it shows you. But none of us are strong enough. We never were." Donovan felt a cold weight settle in his chest as Reyes' words sank in. This wasn't just an enemy they could shoot or outrun. This was something far worse, something that used their own minds, their own fears as weapons. Suddenly a sharp, panicked scream cut through the oppressive stillness of the temple. Private Tanner. Donovan and the others whirled round toward the sound, sprinting toward the source, their hearts pounding in their chests. The jungle seemed to pulse around them, the air growing thick, as though the very environment was trying to smother them. When they reached Tanner, he was thrashing on the ground, screaming in terror. His eyes were wide, locked on something only he could see, something that seemed to have manifested out of the shadows. His voice was a strangled cry of pure, unfiltered fear. No, get away! Get it away! Donovan's breath caught in his throat as he saw what Tanner was staring at, a creature that seemed to have crawled straight out of a nightmare. It was huge, towering over Tanner, his body a grotesque amalgamation of scales and jagged teeth, its black eyes gleaming with malevolent hunger. It moved with a terrifying, unnatural fluidity, circling Tanner like a predator toying with its prey. But the horror wasn't just in its appearance. It was in the familiarity of it. "Tanner, what are you seeing?" Donovan demanded, his voice shaking as he aimed his rifle at the creature, his mind grappling with the impossibility of it all. It's the monster," Tanner whimpered, tears streaming down his face. "The one from when I was a kid. The one that used to hide under my bed. It's real. It's here." Donovan's stomach lurched as the reality of Reyes' warning hit him like a sledgehammer. The veil wasn't just playing tricks. It was taking their worst fears, their most deeply rooted childhood nightmares, and giving them life. "Right, open fire," Donovan ordered, his voice hard as he raised his rifle and squeezed the trigger. Gunfire erupted in the stillness of the jungle, bullets tearing through the air, aimed directly at the creature that towered over Tanner. But even as the rounds hit their mark, the creature barely flinched. It seemed to absorb the bullets, its form flickering and shifting as though it existed halfway between reality and some other dimension. And then it lunged. Morales and Reed joined the assault, their rifles blazing as they poured round after round into the creature. The jungle echoed with the deafening noise, but the creature kept coming, relentless, unstoppable. It slashed out with razor-sharp claws, catching Tanner in its grasp before hurling him into the underbrush with a sickening thud. His scream was cut short, and the jungle fell into a terrible silence once more. Donovan's heart hammered in his chest, his breath ragged as he and the others stood frozen, staring at the spot where the creature had vanished, as though it had never been there at all. But Tanner was gone. Ray stepped forward, his voice trembling but resolute. "You see now, it's real, and it's going to pick us off one by one. Your fears, they're its weapon, and there's no escape until we confront it." Donovan clenched his fists. They were trapped in a nightmare that was not only alive, but feeding off their every thought, every fear. The veil had awoken. There was no way out without facing it. But how do you fight something that lives in your mind? As the darkness of the jungle closed in, Donovan knew one thing for certain. This was only the beginning. The real nightmare had just begun. The intense heat of the jungle pressed in on them as Captain Donovan and what remained of his team forged ahead, their boots sinking into the mud with every step. The air was thick with moisture, clinging to their skin and making it harder to breathe. Every rustle of the leaves, every distant animal call, sent a ripple of tension throughout the group. "Are we close?" Donovan asked, his voice hoarse from hours of navigating through the treacherous undergrowth. Dr. Reyes, staggering slightly as he wiped the sweat from his brow, nodded. "Yes, it's just ahead. The relic is hidden in a clearing at the heart of the jungle. It's the only thing keeping the veil bound here. Destroy it, and we may have a chance to dispatch the veil." Donovan exchanged glances with Sergeant Morales. Neither of them trusted Reyes completely, but after what they'd seen, after what had happened to Tanner, they didn't have many options left. The jungle was alive with malice, the veil manipulating everything around them, turning their darkest fears into reality. Escape wasn't possible, not without confronting the ancient evil head-on. They moved cautiously, their weapons at the ready, knowing the jungle could turn against them at any moment. Lieutenant Reed, trailing a few steps behind, was unusually quiet. He hadn't spoken much since Tanner's disappearance. His face was drawn and pale. Something was eating at him. Donovan could sense it. But now wasn't the time to deal with it. As they neared the relic's location, the jungle seemed to warp around them. The trees twisted unnaturally, their gnarled branches stretching toward the sky like skeletal fingers. The thick canopy above blotted out most of the sunlight, casting shadows that seemed to shift and move of their own accord. Strange shapes darted between the trees, too quick to be identified but always there, lurking on the edges of their vision. Donovan's pulse quickened as they pushed deeper into the heart of the jungle. "Right, stay sharp," he muttered to the team. "This is where it'll hit us the hardest." And then it started. The ground beneath their feet seemed to ripple, as though the jungle itself was breathing. The trees groaned and creaked, their bark cracking and splitting as monstrous, twisted forms began to emerge from their trunks. Vines snaked across the ground, writhing like living creatures. The jungle was coming alive, animated by the veil, warping itself into nightmarish figures that stalked them through the underbrush. "Move! Move!" Donovan shouted, raising his rifle and firing at one of the grotesque shapes that had burst from the trees. The creature let out a guttural screech, its form flickering as though it wasn't entirely of this world. Bullets barely seemed to slow it down. Behind them, Morales cursed under her breath as she hacked at the vines with her knife. "This place is turning into a damn horror show." Dr. Ray stumbled ahead, clutching the notebook to his chest like a lifeline. "The relic. We have to reach the relic. It's our only chance." But as they pressed forward, the jungle only seemed to tighten its grip on them. The shadows grew longer, darker, the air thicker with an unseen presence. The veil was everywhere now, its influence choking the very life out of the jungle, out of them. And then, as they neared the clearing where the relic supposedly lay, it happened. Lieutenant Reed, his eyes wide with panic, stopped in his tracks. His face had turned ashen, his breaths coming in short, shallow bursts. He was muttering under his breath, words none of them could make out. "Reed?" Donovan called, but Reed didn't respond. The lieutenant's hand trembled as he hovered near his weapon, his eyes darting back and forth as though seeing something the others couldn't. Suddenly he drew his rifle, swinging it wildly toward Donovan and the rest of the team. "Stay back. You're not real," Reed screamed, his voice cracking as he took aim. "You're all part of it. The veil, it's using you. I'm not falling for it." Donovan's heart raced as he held up his hands, trying to calm Reed. "Reed, listen to me. It's not real. It's the veil. It's messing with your head. We're your team." But Reed's eyes were wide with terror, his finger tightening on the trigger. No, you're lying. You're all against me." The shot rang out before anyone could react. The bullet whizzed past Donovan's ear, embedding itself in a nearby tree. Morales lunged forward, trying to disarm Reed, but the lieutenant was too far gone. He fired wildly, his mind unraveling under the pressure, his fear manifesting into paranoia and violence. Reyes ducked behind a fallen tree as the chaos erupted. "This is what the veil does," he shouted, his voice filled with a mixture of fear and regret. "It turns us against each other." In the struggle, Reed managed to break free, raising his rifle again. But this time Morales acted fast, plunging a knife into his side. Reed's eyes widened in shock, a look of betrayal flashing across his face before he collapsed to the ground. For a long moment, there was silence. Nothing but the sound of the jungle breathing around them, alive with the veil's malevolence. Donovan knelt beside Reed's lifeless body, his hands shaking. "Oh, damn it," he muttered, his voice thick with guilt. He'd lost another one, another teammate swallowed by the madness of the jungle. Morales, panting from the struggle, wiped the blood from her knife and glanced around warily. "We're not going to make it out of here, are we?" Donovan didn't answer right away. His mind was racing as he stared at Reed's lifeless form, the weight of the mission, of their dwindling numbers, pressing down on him like a crushing force. "The relic," Ray said weakly, stepping out from behind the tree. "It's our only chance. Oh, we're close, so close." But Donovan wasn't so sure anymore. The jungle was tearing them apart, turning them against each other. Reed's death had fractured what little morale they had left, and now, with the veil tightening its grip, Donovan knew they were running out of time. Still, he couldn't turn back. Not now. Not when they were this close. Part 3. Ray's words hit them hard. As they stood at the edge of the clearing, the ancient temple loomed ahead, half consumed by the jungle's creeping vines. The air around them buzzed with an unnatural hum, as though the very ground beneath their feet was alive with anticipation. The relic, Ray's claimed, lay inside. A relic that wasn't just the key to defeating the Veil, but the source of its power. Sergeant Morales' gaze was hard, her eyes fixed on Ray's. "You knew, didn't you?" she hissed, stepping toward him. "You knew the cost, but you didn't tell us." Ray's looked haggard, sweat dripping down his face as he clutched his tattered notebook to his chest. I didn't know for sure," he stammered, but the words rang hollow. "I didn't know what it would demand from us, but it's the only way." Morales' hands clenched into fists now, and for a moment Donovan feared she might strike him. "You lied," she spat. "You used us. You knew all along that destroying this thing would mean—" "Our deaths," Ray's whispered, cutting her off. "Yes, I knew. But it's the only way to stop the Veil. It has to be destroyed or this place will keep feeding on fear. It'll spread. Do you want that?" Donovan felt the weight of their situation pressing down on him, his mind racing as he tried to grasp what Ray's was saying. Destroying the relic might end the nightmare, but at the cost of their own lives. He glanced at Morales, who stared back at him, her face set in grim determination. "We did not come here to die," Donovan said quietly, his voice strained. "But if it's the only way—" But before he could finish, a deep guttural roar echoed through the jungle, sending a shiver down his spine. The trees around them trembled, their branches swaying unnaturally as a thick fog began to roll in from all directions, creeping toward them like an approaching storm. The air grew cold, and an overwhelming sense of dread settled over the clearing. "It's here," Ray's whispered, his voice trembling. "The Veil." Donovan and Morales barely had time to react before the fog parted, revealing a nightmarish figure emerging from the shadows. It was colossal, towering over the temple, its form shifting and pulsating as though it were made from the very essence of fear itself. The Veil wasn't just one entity. It was a monstrous amalgamation of the deepest fears of everyone who had ever set foot in the jungle. His body twisted and contorted with grotesque faces, claws, and dark, shadowy limbs, each one a reflection of a different terror. Morales raised her rifle, her hands trembling as she aimed at the shifting mass. "What the hell is that?" she muttered, though she already knew the answer. "The Veil," Donovan replied, his voice steady despite the fear coursing through him. "Everything we've been seeing, everything we've been feeling, it's all been leading to this." The Veil's twisted form moved closer, each step reverberating through the ground like a hollow, ominous tremor. Its eyes, or what passed for eyes, glowed with an unnatural light, locking onto the team with an intensity that made Donovan's skin crawl. The air seemed to vibrate with malevolence, each breath of wind carrying with it whispers of past victims, their voices twisted with fear and despair. Then, without warning, the Veil lunged forward, one massive claw swiping at them with the force of a hurricane. Donovan and Morales dove out of the way just in time, the creature's attack tearing through the ground where they'd been standing. "Go for the relic," Donovan shouted, scrambling to his feet. "We need to destroy it." But Ray's was already gone. In the chaos, he'd slipped away, disappearing into the temple's dark entrance without a word. Donovan cursed under his breath, knowing the scientist was likely headed for the relic. But his motives were no longer clear. Morales fired a volley of shots at the Veil, her bullets disappearing into its shifting form without effect. "It's not working," she yelled, her frustration mounting. Donovan gritted his teeth, firing his own weapon as he and Morales retreated toward the temple. But it was clear, traditional weapons weren't going to stop this thing. They needed to reach the relic before the veil overpowered them. The jungle around them continued to twist and writhe, the veil's influence warping reality itself. The trees bent toward them like reaching arms, their gnarled branches clawing at the air. Shadows swarmed the ground, taking on twisted forms that lunged at the team, snapping and snarling like rabid animals. "Inside. We need to get inside the temple," Donovan shouted over the cacophony of unnatural sounds. They sprinted toward the ancient stone structure, the veil's colossal form looming behind them, its roar shaking the very ground beneath their feet. As they reached the temple's entrance, Donovan could feel the weight of the jungle's malice closing in around them. The veil wasn't just chasing them, it was hunting them, feeding off their fear. Inside the temple, the air was thick and oppressive, the walls lined with faded carvings that seemed to writhe and shift in the dim light. Donovan could hear the faint sound of Ray's footsteps echoing through the stone corridors, but there was no time to chase him down. The veil was too close. "We need to find that relic," Donovan said, his voice tight. "Now." Morales nodded, her face grim. "If Reyes gets to it first." "He's not the priority," Donovan interrupted. "Stopping the veil is." But as they ventured deeper into the temple, the veil's presence grew stronger, its whispers echoing through the stone halls. Donovan could feel it creeping into his mind, sowing seeds of doubt and fear. The walls seemed to close in around him, the darkness pressing in from all sides. And then they found it. At the heart of the temple, bathed in an eerie, otherworldly glow, was the relic. It was a small, ancient artifact, its surface etched with strange, arcane symbols that pulsed with an unnatural light. The relic radiated power, dark, malevolent power. This was the source of the veil, the object that had kept the ancient force trapped in the jungle for centuries. But as Donovan and Morales approached, the ground trembled beneath their feet and the veil itself manifested once more, its colossal form filling the temple's chamber. It was no longer just an entity, it was the jungle, the fear, the darkness made flesh. "We need to end this," Donovan said, raising his weapon. "Now." But as they prepared to face the veil in its full terrifying form, one question lingered in Donovan's mind. Where was Reyes? And whose side was he really on? The jungle roared around them, the veil closing in as Donovan and Morales prepared for the final battle. Donovan's heart raced as he lifted the relic, the small object humming with ancient, untold power in his trembling hands. Morales stood beside him, rifle at the ready, her eyes darting between the grotesque form of the veil and the relic that they'd been led to believe would end this nightmare. "This is it," Donovan said through gritted teeth, staring into the swirling mass of darkness that had taken on a more menacing shape, twisting into something vaguely human but monstrously distorted. "It's over." With a primal yell, Donovan smashed the relic against the stone altar, expecting the veil's hold on them to shatter along with it. For a brief moment, the temple walls trembled, the ground beneath them shuddering as though the reality itself was breaking apart. The hum of the jungle ceased, replaced by an eerie silence that felt far too sudden. And then, everything began to unravel. Instead of dissipating, the veil grew stronger, its form solidifying into something even more horrifying than before. The jungle around them no longer just a tangle of trees and vines, twisted and writhed as though the earth itself was coming alive, responding to the veil's newfound power. The air turned suffocatingly thick, the oppressive atmosphere closing in on Donovan and Morales. What did we do?" Morales whispered, a voice barely audible above the growing roar of the jungle collapsing around them. We broke the relic. It should have stopped. But it hadn't. The veil towered over them, a monstrous shadow made from the darkest depths of their fears, and it was far from finished. Suddenly footsteps echoed from the entrance of the chamber. Donovan turned, his pulse spiking as he saw rays emerge from the shadows, a sinister calmness in his eyes. He no longer looked like the disheveled, frantic man they'd rescued earlier. He looked composed, purposeful. You lied to us, Donovan shouted, disbelief turning to fury as the realization struck him. You said destroying the relic would end this. Reyes gave a slow, chilling smile. Did I? Or did I simply tell you what you needed to hear? Morales raised her rifle, her knuckles white as she trained it on Reyes. What are you talking about? This was your mission too. Reyes shook his head, stepping closer to the chaotic center of the temple where the relic's shards lay scattered. You don't understand. The veil cannot be destroyed. It never could. It's older than this jungle, older than humanity itself. The relic didn't hold it in place. It channeled its power. And by breaking it, you've released it fully. Donovan's blood ran cold. What are you saying? I'm saying, Reyes continued, his voice dark and steady, that you were never here to save me. You were here to feed it, to give it strength. Your fear, your suffering, it makes the veil stronger. And now, thanks to your sacrifice, it is free to grow. Morales stepped forward, gun still aimed. We trusted you. Reyes met her gaze without flinching. I never asked for your trust. You were always just a means to an end, a necessary sacrifice to empower the veil further. The jungle trembled violently, the walls of the temple cracking as vines and roots surged upward, twisting and writhing like serpents. The veil let out a low, guttural growl, as if feeding on their terror more. Donovan grabbed Morales by the arm, pulling her back as the temple began to collapse around them. We have to get out of here, now. But as they turned to flee, the ground beneath them gave way. A gaping chasm opening up in the temple floor. Morales slipped, her hand clawing at the edge as Donovan caught her just in time, dragging her to safety. Reyes watched them with cold detachment, his expression unreadable. There is no escape. You were never meant to leave this jungle. The veil is awake now, and it will claim you just as it has claimed so many before. The jungle roared with an unnatural fury, the trees bending and twisting toward them as if alive. Donovan and Morales stumbled through the chaos, their minds reeling, the realization of their doomed mission weighing down on them like a lead blanket. As they fled deeper into the jungle, the shadows lengthened, creeping closer. Donovan glanced back to see Reyes, his silhouette fading into the fog, his voice echoing through the madness. You were never rescuers. You were always the offering. The ground beneath them shifted again, sending both Donovan and Morales tumbling into the undergrowth. They scrambled to their feet, disoriented and desperate. The jungle itself seemed to pulse with dark energy, the trees warping further into grotesque shapes, their branches like skeletal hands once more reaching for them. Donovan, Morales gasped, her voice shaking. What do we do now? Donovan looked around frantically, his mind racing for a plan, any plan. But deep down he knew the truth. They were trapped, and the veil had them now. In the distance, a deafening roar split the air, and the jungle seemed to close in on them, vines coiling like snakes ready to strike. Donovan tightened his grip on his rifle, his knuckles white, his heart pounding in his chest. There was no way out. Well, not yet. The jungle whispered their doom as Donovan and Morales stood alone in the heart of the nightmare, the veil's shadow looming ever closer. The very darkness seemed alive, and as it swallowed the last remnants of daylight, they knew their battle was far from over. The jungle wanted to claim them, and now there was no escape in sight. Part 4. Donovan and Morales moved silently through the undergrowth, the jungle closing in on them from all sides. The humidity clung to their skin worse than ever, and their exhaustion weighed down every step. The jungle was alive, not just with the sounds of wildlife, but with something far darker. Whispers seemed to slither through the air, and the shadows between the trees moved with unnatural purpose. The manifestations had resumed shortly after Ray's betrayal. Ghostly figures, warped and twisted versions of people from his past. Many lost in combat, their faces frozen in terror and blame. Morales had kept quiet about what she was seeing, but Donovan could sense the fear radiating from her in waves. Her steps were quick, purposeful, as if she were running from something only she could see. Before, they had tried to rationalize it. Stress, exhaustion, the trauma of losing their team. But as the figures grew bolder, their twisted faces grinning in the darkness, it became clear that these hallucinations were not figments of their minds. No, the veil was now inside them, playing on their deepest fears, manipulating their thoughts and emotions. As the jungle thickened, they stumbled upon symbols carved into the trees, ancient markings, half eroded by time but unmistakably purposeful. Donovan knelt by one, tracing the lines with his fingers, a sense of unease settling in his gut. These symbols were leading them somewhere, though where or why was still a mystery. "We have to keep moving," Morales said, her voice tight. "Whatever this place is, it's not safe." Donovan nodded, rising to his feet. "Agreed. But we need answers and fast." Hours passed in a haze of green until they emerged into a clearing where the remnants of a village stood. The buildings were little more than skeletons of what they'd once been, overtaken by vines and moss, as if the jungle itself had devoured the life that once thrived there. The air was thick with silence, broken only by the distant call of birds. They found shelter in one of the crumbling huts, its roof partially caved in but providing enough cover to rest. As Donovan examined the structure, something stirred in the shadows. He whipped around, his weapon raised. "Who's there?" he demanded, his voice echoing through the stillness. A figure stepped forward from the darkness. A woman, her face lined with age and wisdom. She wore the garb of the local tribes, her eyes sharp and knowing. "You have come to face the veil," she said in a low, rasping voice. "But you are not prepared." Donovan lowered his weapon slowly, glancing at Morales, who was just as wary. "Who are you?" "Ayara," the woman replied. "I am the last of my people. The veil has taken everything from us, and now it has taken your comrades as well." Morales frowned. "What do you know about the veil?" Ayara's gaze darkened. "It is not of this world. The veil came from the stars long before your kind arrived in this land. My ancestors fought against it, and they imprisoned it, binding it with an ancient relic, a relic you have destroyed." Donovan clenched his jaw. The weight of Ray's betrayal sank deeper into his chest. "How do we stop it?" "There is only one way," Ayara said, her voice grave. "The veil must be contained again, but this time it will require more than a relic. The ritual to bind it again requires a sacrifice, a soul strong enough to hold the entity within them." Donovan's stomach turned. "You're saying someone has to die?" "Not die," Ayara corrected, "but become the vessel. The one who sacrifices themselves will live, but they will be consumed by the veil. Their body will become its prison, and their soul will be bound to the jungle for eternity." Silence fell between them. Morales stared at Donovan, her eyes wide with realization. "We have to choose, don't we?" Donovan's mind raced. They were running out of time. The veil was growing stronger with every passing hour, twisting the jungle into its playground. If they didn't act soon, it would escape the confines of the Amazon and spread beyond, devouring minds and lives in its wake. "We don't have a choice," Donovan said, his voice hollow. One of us has to do it. The jungle thickened as Ayara led Donovan and Morales deeper into its heart, where even the sun seemed reluctant to follow. Each step felt heavier than the last, as though the air itself was thickening with the veil's malevolent presence. The whispers that had once been distant and faint were now a constant murmur, tugging at the edges of their minds. With every passing mile, the jungle's hold on them grew stronger. Shadows darted just beyond their line of sight, and the trees themselves seemed to breathe with the dark intent. But it wasn't just the jungle they had to contend with, it was their own minds. The veil was inside them now, manipulating their deepest fears and regrets. Donovan's nightmares came to life before his eyes. Visions of past missions flashed in front of him. Missions where his decisions had led to failure, where innocent lives had been lost because of his orders. He saw the faces of civilians he hadn't been able to save, their eyes hollow and accusing. His team, the men and women he'd sworn to protect, appeared in the shadows, their bodies twisted and broken, their silent accusations cut deeper than any blade. He tried to focus, pushing the illusions away, but they clung to him like a second skin. His guilt was a weight that pressed down on him every step. The jungle knew, the veil knew. Beside him, Morales remained quiet, but Donovan could see the struggle in her eyes. She kept her emotions tightly controlled, but the cracks were beginning to show. He knew what haunted her. It was the same thing that had brought her here in the first place. Her father, who had disappeared in a jungle on a mission years ago, his body never recovered. Morales had always blamed herself, convinced that his death was somehow her fault, and now the veil was using that guilt against her. "It's playing with us," Morales muttered, her voice tight. "It knows how to get under our skin." Donovan glanced at her, his jaw clenched once more. "We can't let it win. We just need to make it to the altar." Ayara led them with an almost unnatural confidence, as though the jungle's dangers did not apply to her. But even she was wary of the veil's influence. As they ventured deeper, the symbols carved into the trees became more frequent, and the jungle itself seemed to bend around them, guiding them toward the altar, or perhaps trapping them. Suddenly the jungle parted, and they found themselves standing before a towering stone altar, half buried between centuries of growth. The air here was colder, thicker, as though the very space around them resisted their presence. Ayara approached the altar slowly, her movements deliberate. "This is the place," she whispered, her voice reverent. "The altar where the veil was once bound." Before Donovan could respond, a familiar voice echoed through the clearing. "Ah, you made it." Donovan and Morales spun around, weapons raised. Ray stood at the edge of the clearing, his figure barely visible through the haze of mist that clung to the jungle floor. He looked no worse for wear, his expression calm, almost amused. "You should have turned back," Ray said, stepping forward. "But I suppose it's too late for that now." "Stay back," Donovan warned, his grip tightening on his weapon. Ray's chuckled softly. "There's no need for that, Captain. I'm not your enemy. In fact, I'm here to help you." "Help us," Morales spat. "You betrayed us. You led us here to die." Ray sighed, as though disappointed in their lack of understanding. "You don't see it yet, do you? The veil isn't something to be feared. It's the future. It offers salvation, immortality. Look at me. This jungle has been my home for years, and I've become part of it. I am free." "Free?" Donovan scoffed. "You're a slave to that thing." "You misunderstand, Captain," Ray said, his voice smooth, almost hypnotic. "The veil doesn't enslave. It empowers. It shows us the truth. You've felt it, haven't you? The power coursing through the jungle. The way it bends reality, manifests your fears. Imagine what it could do if you embraced it. You wouldn't have to run from your guilt anymore. You could be free." Donovan stepped forward, his anger simmering beneath the surface. "We're not surrendering to the veil. Rays raised an eyebrow. No? And how do you plan to stop it? By smashing another relic? By sacrificing one of your own? You've seen what it's capable of. Do you really think you can escape? Donovan hesitated. His mind was racing. Rays was toying with them, trying to plant doubt. But there was a kernel of truth in his words. The veil was stronger than they'd anticipated, and with every passing moment, it was growing more powerful. Morales stepped forward, her gaze hard. We're not giving in, Race. We'll find a way to stop it. Race smiled, a slow, dangerous smile. We'll see. With that, he turned and disappeared back into the mist, his voice lingering in the air like a poisonous whisper. The tension between Donovan and Morales had been simmering for days now, but it was reaching a breaking point. As they stood before the altar, the weight of what lay ahead pressed down on both of them. One of them would have to make the sacrifice. One of them would have to become the vessel to contain the veil. Right, I'll do it, Donovan said, breaking the silence. Morales turned to him, her eyes wide. What? No, we'll find another way. There is no other way, Donovan said, his voice steady. This is on me. I led us here. I lost the team. I have to make it right. Morales shook her head, her jaw tight. Don't be stupid. You're the only one that can lead us out of this. You can't just throw your life away. This isn't about me, Donovan said. It's about stopping the veil. If I have to give up my life to do that, then so be it. Morales stepped forward then, her eyes blazing. I'm not losing another leader, Donovan. I'm not losing another friend. Words hung between them, heavy with unspoken emotions. The weight of their shared trauma, their shared guilt, pressed down on both of them. Donovan knew Morales was right. He didn't want to die, but he also knew that someone had to make the sacrifice, and he was the one who'd led them into this nightmare. Donovan, Morales' voice softened. There has to be another way. Donovan looked away, his jaw clenched once more. I don't think there is. The air around the sacred altar crackled with energy as Donovan and Morales stood side by side, staring up at the towering stone monolith that would serve as their last hope. The jungle had grown deathly quiet, the silence amplifying the sound of their labored breathing. But as soon as Donovan stepped toward the altar to begin the ritual, the jungle came alive in a violent surge. Trees bent unnaturally, the ground rippled as though it were liquid, and shadows writhed in every direction. The veil was no longer just a presence lurking in the background. It had fully manifested, towering above them as a monstrous, twisted form, a nightmarish amalgamation of countless fears and horrors. It was as though the very fabric of reality had begun to warp around the entity, the jungle morphing into an unrecognizable hellscape. Donovan felt a chill run down his spine as the veil's form solidified. It was now a mass of darkness, eyes and faces shifting in and out of its twisted shape, each one mirroring the deepest fears of those that had ventured into the jungle. The temperature dropped suddenly, and a cold mist swirled around them, thick and suffocating. Without warning, the veil attacked, not with physical force, but by delving into their minds. Donovan and Morales gasped as their surroundings blurred and fractured, each one pulled into a world of torment crafted from their own worst memories. For Donovan, it was a mission gone terribly wrong. A village in flames, civilians crying out for help, and his team scattered in the chaos. He could hear the screams, feel the heat of the flames, the weight of every decision he'd made that had led to this moment. It was a crushing wave of guilt and despair, pressing down on him until he felt like he couldn't breathe. He saw the faces of those who had died because of him, his team, the innocent people caught in the crossfire. They were all there, accusing him, reminding him of his failures. The temptation to give in, to surrender to the veil, grew stronger with every passing second. It'd be so easy just to let go. The pain, the guilt, all of it would fade if he simply stopped resisting. But through the fog of his torment, he heard Morales' voice, faint but steady. "Donovan, stay with me. Don't let it win." Her words cut through the illusion, and suddenly the flames began to recede. Donovan blinked, struggling to focus. Morales was fighting her own battle. He could see it in the way she clenched her fists, the way her face twisted with pain. But she wasn't giving in. She was holding on, grounding herself in the present, refusing to let the veil take her. With great effort, Donovan pulled himself out of the nightmare, the jungle's twisted reality coming back into focus. The veil was still there, looming over them, but they'd survived its mental assault, for now. Together they turned their attention to the altar. Ayara stood nearby, her hands trembling as she began chanting the ancient words of the ritual. The air around them shimmered, and for the first time the veil seemed to recoil, its form flickering as the ritual took hold. Donovan knew this had to be done. He had to make the sacrifice. The veil could not be destroyed, but it could be contained, bound once more to the altar as it had been centuries ago. As he stepped forward, ready to offer himself, a figure emerged from the mist. Raze. "You really thought it would be that easy, didn't you?" Raze said, his voice dripping with mockery. Donovan froze, his heart sinking. Raze stood there, his eyes gleaming with a dangerous intensity. He looked different now, stronger, more confident. There was a strange energy radiating from him, as though he'd fully embraced the veil's power. "Raze," Morales growled, raising her weapon. "Stay back." Raze laughed softly. "I wouldn't bother. Your guns are useless now." With a wave of his hand, the ground beneath them shifted, and the jungle seemed to bend to his will. Trees twisted and groaned, the very earth quaking beneath their feet. "You see," Raze continued, stepping closer, "I've been planning this for a long time. You were never supposed to succeed. The team, the mission, it was all a lie. I brought you here because I needed your fear. The veil feeds on it, and thanks to you and your fallen comrades, it's stronger than ever." Donovan's heart pounded in his chest. "You used us." Ray smiled coldly. "Yes, you were never here to stop the veil. You were here to empower it, to empower me." The realization hit them like a punch to the gut. The entire mission, everything they'd fought for, had been a setup. Raze had manipulated them from the start, using them to fuel the veil's power. "And now," Raze said, turning his gaze to the altar, "it's time for the final step." He raised his arms and the veil responded, its massive form shifting and growing even more monstrous. The shadows twisted around him as if embracing him, and for a moment it seemed like he was merging with the entity itself. "I will become the vessel," Raze declared, his voice echoing with an otherworldly resonance. "I will contain the veil's power, not to stop it, but to harness it. Together we will become gods." Donovan and Morales exchanged a horrified glance. Raze wasn't trying to contain the veil. He was trying to merge with it to become something far more dangerous. "No," Donovan shouted, rushing toward Raze. But Raze was too fast. With a flick of his wrist, Donovan was thrown back, landing hard against the ground. The veil surged towards the altar, the air around them crackling with dark energy. "Donovan!" Morales cried, rushing to his side. Donovan groaned, struggling to his feet. Oh, his mind raced. There had to be a way to stop Raze, but the ritual, well, he wasn't sure if they could still complete it. Morales looked at the altar, then back at Donovan. "We have to stop him." Donovan nodded, his eyes filled with grim determination. "Let's finish this." Together they turned toward Raze, who stood at the center of the chaos, his body glowing with the veil's power. But there was still one thing he hadn't accounted for: Donovan and Morales' resolve. They had come too far to let him win. And so, they charged toward the altar, their final battle against the veil and Raze, about to begin. Part 5. The jungle was crumbling around them, vines thrashing like serpents, the ground shifting as if it were alive. Trees twisted unnaturally, bending and snapping under the weight of the Veil's dark energy, casting shadows that danced eerily in the dim, otherworldly light. The once lush and vibrant Amazon had turned into a nightmarish hellscape. Donovan and Morales faced Reyes at the center of the chaos, the ancient altar glowing with a wicked energy as the Veil, now fused with Reyes, writhed above him, a formless, monstrous entity that distorted the very air. The sky churned, dark clouds swirling overhead, casting the world in a thick, oppressive darkness. Reyes was no longer fully human. His eyes glowed with an unnatural light, his body crackling with dark power. The Veil had granted him strength beyond comprehension, and he moved with a speed and ferocity that made him nearly invincible. "You can't stop this," Reyes sneered, his voice echoing with the power of the Veil. "I am the Veil now. This is the future, Donovan. World where fear and power reign." Donovan and Morales rushed at him, determination burning in their eyes. They had to stop him, no matter the cost. Reyes moved with terrifying speed, dodging their attacks effortlessly. He struck out, sending Donovan sprawling into the dirt with a powerful blow, the force of it knocking the wind from his lungs. Morales swung her knife at Reyes, but he caught her wrist mid-swing and flung her aside like a rag doll. She crashed into a tree, a sickening crack echoing through the jungle as she slumped to the ground, blood trickling from the corner of her mouth. Gritting her teeth, she tried to rise, but pain shot through her body, leaving her gasping for breath. "Morales," Donovan shouted, scrambling to his feet, his heart pounding in his chest. But Dr. Reyes was already upon him, his eyes glowing with dark triumph. "You're too late, Captain," he growled, raising his hand, a wave of dark energy surging toward Donovan. "The Veil has already won." Donovan barely dodged the attack, rolling to the side as the ground where he'd stood exploded, sending debris flying into the air. His mind raced. Reyes was too powerful, the Veil's influence making him nearly unstoppable. They couldn't defeat him, not with force alone. But then his eyes flickered to the altar, glowing with ancient power. The Veil had been contained once before, bound to that very relic. Reyes thought himself invincible, but there had to be a way. Donovan's heart sank as the realization hit him once more. The only way to stop Reyes, the only way to stop the Veil, was to contain it. But the relic had been shattered. There was only one vessel left. Him. The surge of dread washed over him, but he knew what he had to do. It wasn't about destroying the Veil, it was about containing it. Containing it within himself. Reyes laughed, the sound echoing through the jungle like a death knell. "You can't win, Donovan. Surrender now and I might let you live." Ignoring Reyes' taunts, Donovan sprinted toward the altar, his mind made up. He would have to be the prison, the living vessel to contain the entity. It was the only way. "Donovan, no!" Morales cried out, struggling to her feet, her voice thick with pain. "There has to be another way." But Donovan knew there wasn't. Time was running out, and if they didn't act now, the Veil would consume them, and then the world. He glanced back at her, his face filled with a grim determination. "It's the only way, Morales. I have to stop this." Reyes realized what Donovan was trying to do, and his eyes widened in fury. No, you won't take this from me." He charged toward Donovan, dark energy crackling all around him. But Morales, with a last burst of strength, threw herself into his path, tackling him to the ground. She groaned in pain as Reyes slammed her against the earth, but it gave Donovan the few precious seconds he needed. Standing at the altar, Donovan placed his hands on the glowing stone, feeling the raw power surging through him. Oh, his mind raced with images, the faces of his team, the mission, all the lives that had been lost. But this was his chance to make it right. The Veil's monstrous form shrieked, sensing what he was about to do. It lashed out, tendrils of shadow reaching for him, but Donovan stood firm, his eyes blazing with resolve. "I'll be your prison," he whispered. "I'll hold you." And then, with a final desperate act, Donovan let the Veil into his mind. The world around him exploded into chaos as the entity surged into him, its dark energy flooding his consciousness, threatening to overwhelm him with every nightmare, every fear, every regret he had ever felt. For a moment, Donovan screamed, his body convulsing under the strain. The Veil's presence was too much, too vast, too ancient for a human mind to contain. But Donovan fought with every fiber of his being, pushing back against the darkness, forcing it to stay within him. Rays howled in fury as the power he'd sought for so long was ripped from him. The dark energy around him began to dissipate, and for the first time there was fear in his eyes. "No, this was supposed to be mine," he shouted, scrambling toward the altar, but it was too late. Donovan's body glowed with an eerie light as the Veil's power was sealed within him, contained by sheer force of will. The jungle seemed to be quiet around them, the thrashing trees and shifting earth finally stilling as the entity was bound once more. Morales stumbled toward Donovan, her face pale and drawn, blood still trickling from her injuries. "Donovan, you did it." Donovan turned to her, his eyes glowing faintly with the remnants of the Veil's power. His face was a mask of exhaustion, his body trembling from the effort of containing the entity. "I had to," he whispered, his voice barely audible. "It was the only way." Morales reached out, a hand resting on his arm. "We'll get you out of here. We'll find a way to—" But Donovan shook his head, a faint, sad smile on his lips. "No, Morales, I'm not leaving. I can't. The Veil's inside me now. If I leave, it leaves too." Tears welled in her eyes as she realized the truth. Donovan had become the new vessel, the living prison for the Veil. He was trapped, just as the ancient relic had once contained the entity. The jungle was silent now, the nightmare seemingly over, but at what cost? Donovan took a deep breath, his eyes filled with both sorrow and resolve. "You need to go, Morales. Get out of the jungle, warn the world." Morales opened her mouth to protest, but Donovan cut her off with a look. "I can hold it," he said softly, "but I don't know for how long." As the jungle around them seemed to settle, the weight of the sacrifice hung heavy in the air. Morales nodded, her heart breaking as she realized there was no other way. Donovan would stay behind, the Veil's new prison, as the rest of the world moved on, unaware of the dark force now bound within one man's soul. The jungle slowly began to return to its natural state. The thrashing vine stilled, the oppressive darkness lifted, and the eerie silence that had settled over the forest began to break with the sounds of distant wildlife. It was as if the jungle itself breathed a sigh of relief, freed from the suffocating grasp of the Veil. Morales stood in the clearing, her body battered and bruised, her mind reeling from the horrors she'd just witnessed. Blood soaked through her clothes, but the pain felt distant, muted by the shock of everything that had happened. She stared after Donovan, his figure growing smaller as he vanished into the depths of the Amazon, swallowed by the endless sea of trees and mist. She wanted to call out to stop him, but she knew it was too late. Donovan was gone. He'd sacrificed everything to contain the Veil, to ensure that the nightmare didn't spread beyond the jungle. He'd become the living prison for the malevolent entity, bound to it forever. A soft rustling behind her made Morales turn. Ayara, the elder who had guided them, stood at the edge of the clearing, her eyes filled with both sorrow and acceptance. The jungle had taken Donovan, as it had taken many before him, but this time the sacrifice had saved the world from something far worse. Ayara limped forward, her weathered hands resting on Morales' shoulder. "He's gone now, child," she said in a voice heavy with wisdom. As long as he remains in the jungle, the veil will be kept in check. The balance has been restored. Morales swallowed, her throat tight with emotion. But at what cost? She whispered, her voice breaking. Donovan, he's trapped here forever. Ayara nodded slowly, her gaze turning to the jungle where Donovan had disappeared. Yes, his sacrifice ensures the veil remains contained, but the cost is his isolation. He can never return to the world beyond the trees. If he does, the veil will come with him. Morales clenched her fists, tears stinging her eyes. She'd known Donovan for years, trusted him with her life. And now he was gone, not dead but lost to a fate worse than death. Forever trapped in the Amazon, bound to an ancient evil that he would fight for the rest of his life. What do I do now? Morales asked, her voice barely above a whisper. Ayara looked at her with kind, ancient eyes. You live, child. You carry the burden of his sacrifice, and you warn others of what lies here. The jungle is not safe, it never has been. The weight of her words settled over Morales like a shroud. She felt an ache deep in her chest, a hollow emptiness where hope had once been. She knew Ayara was right. Donovan had given his life, his very soul, to protect the world from the veil. It was her duty now to honor that sacrifice. As the sun began to rise, casting its light over the Amazon, Morales turned away from the altar, away from the place where Donovan had disappeared. She knew she had to leave, to escape the jungle before the veil's influence tried to claim her too. But as she took her first steps toward the distant horizon, she glanced back one last time. Somewhere, deep in the heart of the jungle, Donovan still lived, fighting every day to keep the veil contained. And though she would never see him again, she would carry his memory with her always. 4th Special Forces Group encountered something in West Tennessee. It was pure evil. Why Forest Has Eyes. I'm part of the United States Army Special Forces, the Green Berets. Have been for several years now. In my tenure, I've deployed multiple times to Afghanistan, Iraq, a few months in Syria, several African countries. I've been to all 4 corners of the globe. I've seen my fair share of the good, the bad, and the ugly that comes with being part of SOCOM. I've got plenty of stories, some more interesting than others. Almost all of them are heavily classified behind red tape that will never be declassified until I am dead and gone. However, there was an incident a few nights ago that stuck out from all the others. Mostly because one, unlike all of our other operations that took us to a combat zone across the distant hemisphere, this one happened right at home in our own backyard. The enemies weren't a foreign proxy, a group of insurgents. It wasn't even human. Stuff from that night is still weird. It's not like Command is going to give us any answers. It's the reason I'm bypassing everything I've been told, disregarding and putting my ass on the line, even if I use false information and withhold names. Plenty of innocent people have died, as you'll find out, and Upper Command would sooner bury it than acknowledge their deaths and give their families closure. I don't have all the answers of what happened in that Western Tennessee National Park, but I do have enough to let people know the truth. Well, semi-truth, anyways. For safety and privacy reasons, like I stated previous, I'm withholding a lot of personal information such as names, exact locations, and unit information, referring to smaller shit that I don't think even the scary 3-letter groups could really trace. Even if they cared, which I hope they don't. Like I said, I'm part of a SOCOM Green Beret A-team. You all know who the Green Berets are. You should. My team is nicknamed Raider, a general theme in our company naming things after warrior culture. Terms like Raider, Artemis, Barbarian, Centurion, and so on. It's a 10-man element. The team lead, a way too salty Georgian captain, with a warrant officer, a medic, a comm sergeant, and 6 weapons sergeants. Our captain decided this way was best. Considering we're all in one piece after our last mission, well, he was right. Our weekend was calm and boring as we got rotated at QRF, Quick Reaction Force, for the month. QRF means that if someone somewhere needs the green-eyed boogeymen of the Western world, we were ready to kit up and be there at a moment's notice. Just so happened, right when some of us were getting ready to head to the bar and have our 2 singular fucking authorized beers of QRF month, we were called. When we raced back to our COP and got our shit ready, the captain came with some surprising information. We'd be able to probably make it back for those beers, because we were heading to West Tennessee of all frickin' places. We didn't know what the status was yet. Command didn't give us any information. What the OPFOR was, what weapons they had, what the layout of the area was, nothing. But, being QRF team, Raider still kitted up and we were at the HLZ in less than 20. While we waited for our transport, the captain finally got some information. Apparently a facility in the middle of uninhabited, restricted woods of a national park had activated a distress signal. The woods it was situated in was a large national park, like I said, Western Tennessee, with a long history of disappearances on its now frequently closed and blocked off trails and campsites. Well, this raised a few questions. What was this facility? Why was it in a freaking national park? What happened to need to roll out the angriest Green Beret team this side of the East Coast to act as its backup? Why were we going there when, in an hour, someone in Libya or someone across frickin' Eurasia might need us to back them up? The captain acknowledged all of these questions, but assured us that's all he knew. He's been with our team for years now, several deployments to the box and back. He's always been straight with us. It's how we knew he was lying. Our transport finally arrived, 160th SAW, Night Stalkers, an aviation unit that's been around for nearly 40 years, having dragged every single kind of SOCOM unit to every single part of the world. We expected the Black Hawk they brought, but the armed escort of 2 birds that came with them was a surprise. We were in domestic America. We were going to Tennessee. Why were they here? Even with the Night Stalkers flying at top speeds across several states, it still took us a couple of hours to reach our landing point. The inside of that bird going full throttle was deafening, even with the electronic headsets we were sporting. It was still ear-splitting. And yet, while sitting next to the captain, I could tell he was speaking to someone on a different frequency. This was off, because normally he'd go to Comm Sergeant and have to use the radio, but he had a side channel filled in his radio, talking to someone, writing down incoming information. I was able to peek over and saw some of the things he was writing. Moscow. Close quarters up 4. No blue 4 on X. The birds touched down in the middle of an empty parking lot, outside of the local ranger station. We filed out into the open area, the birds took off, and the captain chimed in on our team net. Raider Romero, this is Raider Lead. Get on the net and have them hold orbit in case we need close air. Break. He then broke transmission and talked to us. All Raiders hold outside and take up security. Gonna get the fucking Ragnar. Prepare for a hasty-ass ramp brief. I just got more information. We all took positions behind some of the parked vehicles the Rangers would use. Just to clear things up, our team was outfitted with GPN-VG, also known as quad nods, 4-barreled night vision optics that provide an almost daytime-like view of our surroundings. Couple that with our PEQs mounted on our rifles, allowing us to see and shoot anything at night. Well, as the military says, we own the night. The tree line in front of us was lit up like a goddamn operator rave party as the captain walked back, nods down, as the ranger currently on shift followed him. He keyed into our net, and we could hear him through our headsets. All Raiders, this is Lead. New information states that the facility has suffered a Moscow situation. Break. Well, Moscow means mass casualties. Enemy OPFOR unidentified. However, ongoing net during distress call indicates OPFOR is extremely dangerous and engages at close range. Break. There's no Blue 4 on site, I repeat. Maine has stated there is no Blue 4 on site, and we're to drop any all packs we see. A few seconds passed as the captain looked back to the park ranger. Any additional comments, Ranger Clements? The man was maybe in his mid-40s, balding. He scratched the back of his neck, clearing his throat before speaking. Oh, I heard a lot of gunfire coming from down there. Don't split up, whatever you do. In these words, don't split up. Our medic laughed. Well, that's fucking comforting. The captain nodded to the man as he headed back in. Oh, everyone watches 6s, 12s, and fucking 5s. Right, let's go. We picked up and moved out. Everyone had their kind of final moments type of readiness drill that they did before they stepped onto the path into the woods. Same shit we did before stepping off out of the FOBs and compounds back east. I let out one final breath of hot air in the cold. Our medic slapped the side of his helmet, hyping himself up. The captain pulled out and kissed a small crucifix necklace from underneath his combat shirt. And we headed down the pathway, following the captain in a staggered column. Our IR lasers scanned the trees, rocks, and foliage around us, looking desperately for any hostiles that lurked in the darkness. Though to our paranoid readiness, nothing appeared, but, oh, something was definitely following us. When we move through forest environments, you listen to the animals around you. The crickets, the birds, the movement of animals, and what direction they're heading in, and how fast. Moving down that path, we couldn't hear a goddamn thing. It's common when you're a group of heavily armed green men moving through a forest at night that some of the squirrels and birds will run the hell away. But not the crickets, or the bird songs in the distance. There's a certain level of ambience that animals will maintain even if they detect humans around. There was none of that. Nothing. Not a cricket, a bird, a cicada, nothing. Silent professionals. It's in our name. So when I could hear the motherfucker 10 meters ahead of me breathing as we moved through that dead forest, well, it told me that something else was here in these woods with us. A predator. And that the forest was more afraid of it than us. After a long stretch of marching down the trail, the captain held a hand up signaling a halt. As he got down to my part of the column, the middle section, he called over the radio. This is lead. On me. Time now. We quickly rushed up to what we saw was a metal chain-link fence. 4 of our weapons sergeants and the medic took up security covering the wood line behind us, as I and the other remaining one went up to the gate with the captain. The park's trail carried on for a few more meters before stopping dead into some trees. The dirt path broke off and formed a gravel one that led into a sectioned-off area behind a chain-link fence and gate. A no trespassers sign hung high, and just beyond the gate we could see a small guard shack. The captain tried to signal whoever might be in there by switching on the surefire tack light of his rifle, shining it and lasso waving it all over the booth. However, upon stopping and centering on a doorway, we saw a large amount of blood splashed on the back wall and pooled over the floor. An arm laying halfway out of the doorframe. The captain looked at the other weapons sergeant with us. Get your kit. He nodded, slinging his rifle as he dropped his assault pack, digging out a small pair of bolt cutters. Each of our weapons sergeants carried a different loadout depending on what we needed. One could be a gunner, another a grenadier. Can't name him, but Breachman, as I guess I'll call him, always carried a breach kit just in case. He walked over to the lock, but just as he got the blades of the cutter around the lock, we heard it. It sounded like it came from everywhere and yet far away at the same time. Maybe it was the echo of the forest, or maybe something attributed to its abilities. It sounded like a woman, yelling in pain, in agony, and yet the voice was half gargled, like it was morphed with that of a dying animal, as it had an underlying low-tone pitch beneath it. It got under the skin of everyone. Those pulling security immediately jumped their shit, scanning left, right, up, and down. Hell, even the medic, big stocky dude, grew up in Brooklyn, played football before he joined, meaning he was yoked as all hell when he got to our unit. Or the guy who once stuck his fingers into a man's neck to plug his blood. Even he looked around nervously. What the hell was that? Our weapons sergeant with the M46 shook his head as he scanned the far-off terrain, muttering in a low voice. Some horror movie bullshit right now. I remember holding my rifle's grip tight. Everyone was equally unnerved. Well, everyone except the captain. He just told us to press on. Fuck's sakes. Tighten your jock strap. Let's go. We snapped the lock off. Immediately the captain and I moved in and cleared the small booth, as 2 more weapons sergeants and our medic took up covering down the gravel road. It was a guard. No name tape or company logo, decked out in a black plate carrier of which had been torn into, as a large hole covered the entire area of his solar plexus, which was now fragmented and broken inside of his mulched upper body. No bullet entry or exit wounds, just a large freaking stab wound that looked like he got ran through by a freaking lamppost. My breath still got caught in my throat as I grunted to clear it. The captain stepped out of the small booth, spitting hard into the grass and shaking his head. The medic prodded him. What was it like? He grunted, walking to the front of our formation. Doesn't matter, Doc. We formed up and moved down the gravel road in a wedge column. The captain and 3 weapons sergeants in front wedge, with me and the other 2 WS in the back one, the comm sergeant in the middle. We entered the facility lot. Immediately the comm sergeant linked up with the captain, and I could hear him alerting Maine. This is Raider, lead. We've reached the building. Though it makes me wonder if he used the comm sergeant's radio to reach our HQ, then who was he talking to on that other channel? The lot was clear. We got a good look at the facility. It was a grey concrete rectangle, maybe the size of a small gas station. Floodlights mounted on the bottom illuminated the gravel lot up to the dense, shadowy wood line that lay just beyond the chain-link fence. The wood line that was still quiet. Well, the mass carnage we were told about was present outside of the building. Several guards, all in various states of mutilation, similar to the gate guard, were strewn about the gravel lot. However, unlike the gate guard, strangely they were in heavier body armor, with rifles capable of going automatic, and spent brass everywhere. Me and some of the other guys got online and cleared out the back, exasperated breaths and muttering coming from all of us. The captain chimed in. Raiders on me. Time now. We hauled ass back to him as we stacked up at the door. Flowing in, we were greeted to a lobby, torn up, furniture thrown everywhere. Impact marks from rounds hitting the concrete lined the walls and ceiling. One dead guard slumped against a red-stained part of the wall, the other in a crumpled heap. A woman at the desk, not a guard, just a freaking staff member, sat back in her chair, her entire torso area torn apart. As we passed by her and headed through the double doors, her empty, dead eyes met mine. The comm sergeant eyed her as we all moved for the door. Sir, she was unarmed. I can see that. Keep chatter to a minimum. We cleared through the double doors to be greeted by a porcelain hallway leading into a set of stairs heading to a sub-level. The entire surface, ceiling, walls, floor, was lined with ceramic white tiles. Ceramic white tiles that were like the rest of the scene so far, stained with the blood, guts, and even brain matter of the unlucky guards laid out all the way down the stairs. I counted 8. So, 17 so far. Flickering light could be seen through the wire glass windows of the double doors at the bottom. The captain ordered us to flow in through both sides, and we did. Pushing in, we could see we'd entered into a T-style hallway, and it gets a bit complicated here. Either end of the T ended, while the middle one shot forward far down into a hall leading to 2 reinforced blast doors at the very end. 2 immediate labs on either side were reinforced with more wire glass, and despite several cracks, impact marks, bullet holes, and even holes made in the glass, they'd held. Well, this shit can't be ballistic glass, our comp sergeant muttered. Why didn't they just take cover in here? The medic said. The captain sighed. Seems to be pointing to a surprise attack from the inside. Emphasis on surprise, jackass. The medic fired back. Well, sure, but it's just a door. While the hallways outside were a mess of blood, gore, and guards thrown around as they were ripped apart, creating a mess of bodies, weapons, and more spent brass, the lab techs had their white coats stained with their own blood. My blood, and I think everyone else's, started to run cold as the pieces came together. Whatever killed them did so indiscriminately. We formed a rolling T heading down into the hall. I was on the right, with the gunner taking center, and another guy on left. The captain pushed forward, leading us from behind. The windowed labs ended halfway, with two solid white doors near the double doors at the end on either side leading us to closed-off labs. The captain had us pull guard on both of the side doors as the gunner aimed back down the alley. Everyone else took up security whenever it was needed. The captain eyed the door, feeling the cracks and lines of the blast doors, looking for gaps that didn't exist. Blood had slowly leaked out at the bottom, causing him to pick up his boot and eye it, yet no openings existed. An electronic pad was positioned on the right side of the doors, and the captain eyed it. It was a hand scanner. Oh, I didn't even think those actually existed. He jumped on that private frequency I keep mentioning. I'm at the doors. Yeah, at the far end. There's a hand scanner. He waited a few seconds of deafening silence. He made an internal chuckle as he walked over to the dead body of a guard, kicking its arm. Got one right here. I'm sorry, repeat. No, alive? He rubbed his face, cursing under his breath. Oh, fuck. He shook his head, turning on the white light on his rifle and scanning the corpses. This place is a goddamn slaughterhouse. How am I gonna... A crash emanated from the white lab door to the right of the blast doors, the one I was covering. Everyone paused for a second, as a second weapons sergeant aimed his laser at it. The captain turned, aiming his laser at the door as he approached. Hey, might have one. Or might have op for actual... wait, one, over. The captain formed up as first man in the stack, an unusual practice, but everyone else fell behind. I was the second man. Two more made third and fourth. A weapons sergeant felt the edges of the door, then tried the handle. Locked. Him trying the handle must have alerted whatever was inside, though, because a voice bellowed out. I'm in here. Please, I'll let you in. Just don't shoot. The doorman looked to the captain, who nodded. Might have Blue 4 inside. Stay sharp. Wait on me to fire. Well, there wasn't supposed to be any Blue 4 on site. The door's electronic lock opened. The doorman grabbed the handle and pulled it open as the four of us entered the room. We pushed through. The captain hooked left, I pushed forward, the other two followed one of us respectively, our lasers centered on the room, and a pair of hands emerging from behind a lab table. Please, the voice weakly shouted, and the captain stormed over. Hey, hands now. I'll shoot you, I swear to God, if you don't put your goddamn hands up. As the person stood up, we saw the hands were connected to a scientist, possibly late 30s, stringy hair with circular glasses. Glasses that flew off when the captain closed the distance, shoving him against a metal cabinet, spittle flying from the bearded mouth beneath the NVGs as he barked at him. ID, where is it? Show it. The captain began roughly searching the lab tech as he pulled out his ID. He grabbed it, shoving him to the weapons sergeant on his side of the room. The lab tech was kicked down to his knees. The captain jumped back on that frequency. Right, I'm back. Possible Blue 4. Prepare for ID code. He read it off in phonetics before he got the response. He looked to the weapons sergeant guarding the lab tech. Get his ass up. Please, I don't know what's going on. I was just running some chemical tests. We gotta get out of here before... The captain got in the man's face. Shut up. He did. You know what you've been fucking doing. I know what you son of bitches been doing out here. Open them doors right now. The man was shocked as the captain continued. Open the goddamn doors. With a point from the captain, the weapons sergeant shoved the man forward into the doorframe. The man crumbled a little bit as the captain laughed. Take your sweet time, Doctor. Let's go. I picked him up by his shirt collar and dragged him over to the blast doors. The captain pushed him out of my grip, shoving him face first into the doors. Hand on the scanner. Now! As the captain grabbed the man by his wrist, the lab tech struggled to get free. Please, I don't have access. I hurt my hand trying to hide. Let me go. The medic winced at the sight a bit, uncharacteristically for a Green Beret, especially for a jaded as all hell medic. We spoke up. Captain, come on. The captain just turned, staring daggers into the man as he wrestled for the man's wrist. Just wait till you all see. I'm telling you. As the man struggled against the captain, the weapons sergeant came up from behind, shoving the man into the blast door, allowing the captain to easily place it on the scanner. The scanner lit up in a bright blue as several lines traced and looked over his handprint. It then flashes green as the electronic locks of the blast doors begin to open up. The captain dropped the man. Oh, goodness gracious. What do you know? The doors slowly pulled open. The room was dark, red flashing emergency lights flashing all around as the sound of broken glass scraped against the door. A stream of murky blue liquid, mixed in with the blood of several guards' bodies that were revealed at the doorway, leaked out into the hall. The captain grabbed the lab tech by the collar, dragging him to his feet. You all know these men, Doctor? Friends, eh? The captain shoved him through the doorway, the lab tech slipping on the fluids and glass, cutting his right hand with a wince. We flowed in and... Whew, Jesus. I said this at the start. I've been all over. I've seen mass graves that terrorist cells have used in far-off countries filled with entire villages worth of people. I've seen kill dens inside tunnel systems. Well, this surpassed all of that. Every horror, every war crime, multiple times over. A series of gigantic glass tubes lined the walls. Walls made out of monitors, hard drives, and computer systems. The path of carnage led through the pile of guards at the doorway. It makes 24 armed personnel that were taken out by something. What really bothered me was that what was in those murky blue and green freaking glass tubes, as big as a refrigerator, connected to a port on the bottom and top. Tubes and wires inside connecting to... The captain shoved the lab tech into a glass tube. The pop of the man's nose echoed off the empty area as he grabbed it. Well, Doc, which one was it? Which goddamn tube? Tube? What was he talking about? How did he know? Who was on the frequency? The lab tech spit out blood leaking into his mouth as the captain, standing at 6'5", a giant even among his team full of brawny SOF operators, picked him up by the collar of his blue undershirt. I don't... Two weapons sergeants ducked out of the hallway as the captain got in his face, shoving him against the left side wall, causing the monitors and computer systems to beep and light up. Oh, you don't know. And yet your little hand opens the room you didn't have access to? He roared, abandoning all silence and discretion now as the man began to sputter and sob. Please, please, I... The captain gritted his teeth. He quickly flipped up his nods and stared daggers into the man's soul. How many people you snatched off that trail, eh? How many? What kinds of butchering do you do to these kids before you stick 'em in there? Which one escaped? Kids? Butchering? Something in my mind stopped, and I switched on my rifle's tack light. A heavy pit in my stomach formed as I flashed it on the tubes. There were people in those tubes. They were people. Wire and tubes now poked into see-through and murky flesh as the bodies of the kidnapped floated, mutated, dissected, and changed. One person's skin ran reptilian-like up their left arm before merging with a strange gaping hole in their chest, their skull protruding out of the skin in their head. My breathing stuttered a bit as I backed up a few steps, glass crunching under my boots. Curses muttered by the others in the room as we all began to look. Another one's mouth was sealed at the front. 2 more jagged, messed-up sets of teeth poked out of either side. Their eyes were sealed, skin covering defined sockets on their head. The medic flashed his on one where their spine stuck out through their back. The vertebrae was larger than a normal person's, the bone sticking out inches longer in some areas. Jesus, man, this shit's... Oh. He gagged a bit, coughing as he looked away. I had to pry my eyes. My mind was fried just looking at... They better be dead. Oh, I swear to the Lord himself if they ain't, the captain said sternly as the man sobbed and nodded. Yes. The captain raised an eyebrow. You sure? Yes, they died during surgery. Well, if you're lying to me, I swear to Christ, I will make you euthanize every single fucking one. The captain shoved the lab tech forward into the center of the aisle. I looked down, shaking my head as the images of those things burned into the film of my brain. Where's she gone, Doctor? The captain said sternly, squaring up to the man, who sobbed as he shrugged. Where is it? The man continued to cry. Oh, it escaped. It killed everyone. It cut through the guards. It cut through everyone. All of my friends. This caused the captain to nearly bust a freaking blood vessel from the look he gave him, balling up his fist and driving the armored knuckle of his Oakley glove into the gut of the lab tech. This caused the smaller, weaker lab tech to buckle over, dropping to his hands and knees, now favoring an injured hand and a probably burst spleen. Your friends? Your friends? You mean the friends that kidnapped a 22-year-old girl and a 14-year-old son and turned them into frickin' monsters? What about them? This earned only more sobs from the lab tech as the captain turned, hands on his hips as he scoffed. He looked at the medic, who only stared back through his nods. The captain turned to look at him. You got to the count of 10. If you don't give me a single whereabouts of this thing, I will start grabbing tools and cutting your little weasel ass up like you all did to these kids. The captain loomed over the man, grabbing him by his hair. Sir, but please, the lab tech pleaded. 1, 2, 3. The captain counted. Some looked away. Others shook their heads. Not out of shame for our leader. There wasn't a man in the room who wouldn't do what he did right now after seeing them. It's in the woods. You heard it. It did its freaky freaking yell just like 10 minutes ago. The captain laughed, letting go of the man's hair as he whipped his head forward. You all hear that? It's in the freaking woods. He pulled out his M17, his 9mm sidearm, pulling the slide back a bit to make sure it was chambered. 4, 5, 6. The man stood up, and at this point, I kicked out his extended leg, dropping him back to his knees. The man looked at me, then at the captain. You can't do this. This is illegal. Before the captain could finish we heard it. Echoed all the way down the facility halls, reverberating off the glass tubes in the room. That half-feminine, half-monstrous cry. Except this time it didn't come from far off in the mountains or the trees. It came from up the freaking stairs. Then the lights went out. I don't know if it was prior damage to the facility, the electric works, or something else, but they zapped out. The lights in the halls, the lights on the stairs, the lights in the room, the electronics, the lights in the tanks, all of it. It cried out again, and this time I think I heard it say, "Help me." Anyone who had their nods up flicked them down, as all of us trained our lasers down the dark hall beyond the doors. The slight shakiness of all the green lasers told the same stories. All of the death, all of the shit in the tanks. Well, it had everyone spooked. The captain came up alongside me and the medic. He looked down to the lab tech. "You run, you die." The man swallowed and smothered his misery. "I know." The captain corrected him in a low tone. "No, you really don't." The creature cried out again. "Help me." The sounds of something hard impacting the tile floors sounded out as it approached us through the dark abyss. More footsteps, then another cry. "Help me." The gunner let out a shaky breath as he cracked his neck. More footsteps and another cry. "Help me." It was maybe 5 meters from the door now. "Lord Almighty," the captain muttered. I couldn't see much in that darkness then, but I saw what everyone else saw. I saw enough. His body was easily 6 feet tall. 2 gigantic, bony, mantis-like legs that were dark from blood stepped into the doorway. His head was smooth, its large teeth shining in the darkness, and its eyes glowed like an animal. Its eyes glowed. It could see us. We all froze. We had our rifles trained on it, a freaking machine gun trained on it, a room full of green berets, the best of the best, and everyone froze. The captain was the first to fire, slamming his trigger as he shot 223 Death into that crime against existence. The gunner opened up as well. Then the medic. 2 more weapons sergeants also shot it. When it yelled at us, cried out, like an agonized woman pleading for help. And then it lunged. Running and slamming through a test tube, glass flew everywhere, causing several of us to shield our faces as the water flooded the floor and the deformed body that was inside flopped down near our feet. A horrendous, rotting smell filled the air. "Oh, frickin' Jesus," the medic spluttered out, gagging a bit as he kicked it away. The creature now screamed as a rifleman that it jumped near backed up. It leapt on top of him, shoving that bony mandible into his left shoulder, pinning him to the ground as he screamed, thrashing his elbow into the thing as he kicked its stomach. But it didn't attack him. It just eyed the scientist. He attempted to run for his life, but the thing jumped on top of him, pinning him face first into the murky, wet floor. That's when I noticed the 6 smaller, human-like arms on its torso. His main mandible pinned him to the ground. The arms, some normal, some with bony spikes for fingers, others just lined with freaking sharp teeth, began to rip into the man's back. And the lab tech screamed. His coat was torn open as it began to dig down into his back. Some of us still fired shots, but it didn't even react. It didn't even move. It just continued to tear into that vile, but poor son of a bitch. The captain's voice lit up the comms as he and the medic rushed to pick the man up and heave him on the captain's shoulders. "We can't engage him here. Outside, now." He was right. It thrived on close quarters. It ran guys through before they could pick it apart. We all ran, nerves shot, weapons hot from firing into a thing that didn't react. The power was off, so we couldn't close those blast doors. All we could do was run. I nearly slipped on the glass as we booked it out of there, firing some desperate pot shots into the lab with the gunner. The lab tech's screams echoed throughout the hallway as we booked it up the stairs. Well, it was going to be done with him soon. The gunner and I covered the captain as we broke out into the open air, the smell of rotten death replaced by the open, piney air of the forest. Several men broke out road flares, tossing them everywhere, giving us much-needed light in the form of greens, blues, reds, and purples. The captain dropped the man behind a beaten-up and wrecked sedan as the medic began to patch him up. The gunner deployed his bipod and aimed at the doors of the facility from the car's hood. The captain positioned different men to where they could all fire on the door, far enough away from the thing's grasp. "Romero, get on that fucking net and call in that air." The comms sergeant began to go to work behind the sedan. I took aim behind a large SUV with several others. We all aimed at the door. Then the screaming had stopped. The silence was broken by its bony mandibles as it rushed out into the open air. And with all the flares and chem lights and even the captain's tack light, we finally got a good look. Its skin was a mix between pink from its exposed muscles to a see-through clear layer covering other parts. Bony calcium-like armor had formed over a lot of its body, and its back two legs formed smaller mandible-like features at the back. And its head, an exposed skull, and all two human eyes peering out at us in rage as its larger unhinged jaw opened, and it roared out its deafening cry at us. The gunner was the first to open up. The blast of a 5.56 tore through the armor on its mandible legs and torso. The thing recoiled at first, and then hissed as it charged forward. The captain ran from his place in front of the sedan's side. The thing stuck two of its large mandibles into the roof, badly denting it. The medic quickly covered the wounded weapons sergeant, shielding him as the thing peered down at the two. The captain quickly got its attention, aiming fire at the back of its head. It roared with a vengeance as it charged at the captain. He fell back to the sedan, running out of our line of fire as the thing barreled towards us. The thing stuck a mandible inside the hood, impaling it, and then another just to my left. I circled around and behind it as I fired. It cried out, blood now pouring from its wounds as its calcium plating was cracking and falling off en masse. The thing turned to me, and as I flicked my M4 to auto and laid into it, it just barreled at me, shoving me to the ground. Its smaller demonic hands reached for me as I kicked them away. Its jaw snapped as I held my rifle in the way, shielding my face as it gnawed on the metal. The gunner then blasted a chunk of its exposed skull away, staggering it as it turned. The captain whipped his stock into the thing's head, then backpedaled as he fired off another burst of rounds. The thing turned at him, roaring viciously as the captain dropped his empty mag. He slapped in a fresh one as the thing lunged at him, both mandibles raised. The glass exploded out of the SUV's windows as the captain dropped levels, firing into its stomach as he circled out back into the open. The creature roared as it went to move for him again, but it couldn't. His large mandibles were stuck all the way inside of the vehicle. The captain let his rifle hang slung on his front as he reached for something on his kit, an M67 fragmentation grenade. "Get back." Everyone who was in the open ducked for cover. The gunner and several weapons sergeants retreated behind a series of concrete jersey barriers. I ran and slid behind the sedan, helping the medic to shield our wounded battle buddy. I heard the distinct sound of the spoon flying and the whistle of the grenade. The captain vaulted himself over the car hood with the comm sergeant, covering his radio operator's head as they both went prone. The explosion was thunderous. The shockwave of the grenade shook everyone and even rattled me a bit from being so close. Shrapnel and fragments flew everywhere, impacting the concrete barriers, the building, any windows on the sedan that weren't already broken just shattered. A few seconds passed as we all hesitantly started to lift our heads, then dropped them as the SUV's gas tank seemingly erupted and detonated, engulfing the wreck in a fireball so large I felt like the flames were touching my freaking face. The captain popped up, aiming on top of the hood of the car, and I and several others joined him, peeking from behind our points of cover as we looked to see if that had done it. The SUV was a burning skeleton, an inferno from all of the ignited gasoline covering the frame, the ground around it, and the beast, as it definitely pulled its last remaining mandible, its front left one, the only appendage it had left, well, stumbled out of the flames. Its skin popped, its muscles boiled. With all those see-through skin and bone plating torn and burnt off, it gazed around. Its eyes ruptured and melted. "Help me." The gravel crunched as its charred and still burning body slumped forward. The captain emerged from behind the Vic as only a few of us dared to approach the thing. He lifted his nods, this time pulling his M17 back up and aiming it at the thing's head. 3 shots into the thing's head, the damaged and charred skull caving in. A circle of light illuminated us as the rotary blades of the Black Hawk sounded out overhead. I shielded my face and lifted my nods to avoid the spotlight blinding me. "Up for actual down. Building secure." The ensuing hour was one that was just shrouded in, I don't know, a mystery, I guess. The captain went against prior missions of telling us to go prone and pull security, putting the gunner at the sedan by the gate and telling the rest of us to watch the wood line. When the van showed up, that's when he told us to chill out. They weren't really vans. They were more like armored trucks. Now, for the sake of being classified and remaining anonymous, I can't divulge a lot about them. I'm definitely not saying the black shirts were wearing black multicam combat uniforms, with kits, weapons, and gear available that would definitely make them a private sector group. I'm not saying their uniforms were sterilized with all patches, logos, and markers stripped. Also not saying that the hazmat suits look way beyond anything our MOPPE system has. I'm not saying they brought several metal cases in from armored Vics, and I'm not saying they brought an advanced surveillance drone with them. I will say they weren't really hostile. Frick, one of them even offered us a cigarette. The bird landed at the opposite side of the building, the open lot where they eventually told us to head. We prepared our guy for case vac, on a litter with the Black Hawk, and loaded up as the captain finished talking to some guy in a suit. He was much shorter, maybe 5'8". Bore the look of a younger but still weathered man. His hair was slicked back and he had a hard part. A slight bump underneath his sports coat told me he was armed. The captain eventually joined us, and as soon as the aviation crew shut the door, he popped his helmet off, much to their anger, and slumped back in his seat. When we touched base and got back to the COP, our sister team, Artemis, replaced us on QRM. I've been thinking about that shit for days now. About what those people did to them in the lab. What the captain said. They kidnapped them, cut them up, changed them. All for what? Some sick fantasy? Who the fuck even owned that lab? There were no US markings, no logos. Zip. Like I said before, there's still a lot I don't know. But what I do know is that those fuckers got exactly what they deserved. That thing, crying out for help. Pleading for us to make its suffering end. The more I think about it, the more it makes me sick. Don't know who the fuck those guys were that relieved us. Didn't have any markings. Some of them were speaking frickin' German, if my memory serves. But whoever they are, I hope they learn from their mistakes. And never tamper with that evil shit again. So just a very quick outro tonight. A big thank you to all of you who've been leaving all these lovely comments about well, just comments of support. Yeah, I've been going through some pretty serious health issues. Fortunately, I caught what was going on really early, and everything is going to be okay. But, a big part of me feeling good is the fact that you've all been so nice to me. So thank you very much. And long may this channel continue. And as long as you keep enjoying it, I will keep pumping out stories. Now, this was a compilation tonight of some of my favourite special ops stories. Some things I've done over the last couple of years. So back again with some new stuff very, very soon on the road to recovery. So lots of cool stories are coming up in the next few weeks. So thanks again, and see you again soon.
Thank you so much for taking the time to listen to this story today. Really means a lot to me and to the author of the story, of course. Well, if you want to know more about me, I'm pretty much everywhere on social media. You can find me on Facebook, Twitter, Instagram. You can download my music on SoundCloud. I've got a Patreon if you feel like. Throw me $1 or $2. Very much appreciated. And of course, on Reddit, I have a place where you can leave stories if you want me to read one that you've written. Well, hoping to see you all again very soon. Till then, sweet dreams. Bye-bye.